one. You're live.
Good afternoon. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the September 27th, 2024 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. I'll generally summarize our agenda today. We will start with the commission discussion and vote section, including a social equity trust fund update and continued work on the governance charter discussion and vote. The commission welcomes Juan Vega, our Assistant Secretary for Communities and Programs in the Executive Office of Housing and Community Development. And Joseph Gilmore, the Administrator of the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund. They will join Commissioner Camargo in presenting the update on the Social Equity Trust Fund. Before I hand it over to Commissioner Camargo for the introductions, I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. So our first item is the Social Equity Trust Fund, and I will hand it over to our presenter, Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you so much, Acting Chair Stebbins, and thank you to Juan Vega and Joe Gilmore for being here today. So as the Commission's social justice appointee, I was especially thrilled to see the Healy-Disco administration and the EOED open the next round of applications this week for our social equity program. Participants and economic empowerment applicants to apply for the Cannabis Social Equity Grant Program. The $25 million in grants that are now available to eligible marijuana establishments, MTCs, and pre-licensed cannabis businesses is historical. So we're really excited. And I would be remiss if I did not mention that it's made possible through the Marijuana Regulation Fund. As the public may know, the Marijuana Regulation Fund is composed of all monies received from the marijuana establishment applications and licensing fees, and fines and in state taxes levied on every adult use cannabis sale in the Commonwealth. In other words, thanks to the safely regulated, professionally run operations of more than 700 adult use businesses the Commission has licensed to commence operation in our state, this fund is now in a strong position to support the many entities and entrepreneurs who need and deserve it the most. As we know, Massachusetts' nation-leading mandate to ensure full participation in our legal industry by communities harmed by the war on drugs is a stronger path, is at a stronger path than ever before as a result of this grant program. So for that, I want to thank and congratulate a few people. Our licensed operators for good work. They do day to day, and it's obvious with the results and the availability of these resources to the SEP and EEA businesses. Our entire staff at the Commission, especially our equity programming, government affairs, and licensing teams, which I know have been collaborative throughout the last few weeks in the development of this fund with EOED to help make this vision a reality. And we'll hear more in a minute. Obviously, my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Concepcion, Commissioner Stebbins, and Commissioner Roy, who were part of the legislative and executive branch outreach strategy that pushed to get this fund on the books. And of course, to our legislators, along with Governor Healy and her administration, who created the mechanism that makes this fund available today. And of course, to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund Advisory Board. That's a mouthful. We've had the benefit of meeting with Assistant Secretary Juan Vega and his team in the recent weeks to make sure that constituents know about this opportunity, and we look forward to their presentation today. For folks who are watching, please check out EOED's website at mass.gov for more details. Make sure you sign up for their webinar coming up on October 1st, and you'll hear more on that. And reach out for support if you need any of it in terms of the application. And again, you'll hear more, but the deadline is October 17th. We know that access to capital is one of the most challenging barriers to entry and of course, transitioning from a legacy business to a legal one, or to get the meaningful stake in this now legal industry that you all deserve. We are so excited to see what the Social Equity Grant Program will mean for SEPs and EEA businesses in the coming weeks, months, and years. And we're very grateful for the ongoing partnership between our peers at the state level, the municipal level, now that all host communities have an equity mandate as of May of this year as well. And our work with the private industry to make sure Massachusetts maintains its status as an equity leader nationwide. So these are a few talking points that I wanted to just lay out there. Something's wrong with my laptop, so I can't really see them. But I just want to introduce the Assistant Secretary, Juan Vega, and Joseph Gilmore, who is the grant administrator for this. And I know we talked earlier this week. I just want to say congratulations to you, your team, again, our operators, the advisory board, and to our commissioners, both former and current, who I know have been working hard to make sure that this happens in the state of Massachusetts. So I will kick it over to you all for a presentation, and we're happy you're here.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner Camargo and Acting Chair Stebbins. Very much appreciate this invitation to present to you all today. And so we will jump right into it. I see if we have the slides. We have provided some slides to walk through. Great. Thank you. So, and thank you again for the kind introduction. As Commissioner Camargo mentioned, my name is Juan Vega, and I'm joined by Joe Gilmore from our team here at the Executive Office of Economic Development. And so on the next slide, I would just kind of recap a little bit of what was already said, but the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund was established by legislation, basically, and it was put in Section 14A of Chapter 94G of the Mass General Laws. And the stated goal in the statute is that it is designed to provide financial assistance to eligible applicants for the purpose of encouraging the full participation in the state's related marijuana industry of entrepreneurs from communities that have been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement. And as it was mentioned, the fund is administered by EOED, and the legislation also established the Cannabis Social Equity Advisory Board to work with and advise EOED both on the promulgation of regulations for the program and for the trust fund, as well as oversight of the trust fund. And for folks interested in seeing, if you haven't seen the regulations, those are posted on mass.gov as 400 CMR 8.00. On the next slide, we thought it would be helpful to just do a very quick recap of what happened with the NEEDS program. For those of you that have been following the work of the trust fund, we did launch a program in January of this year. We had a small amount of resources available at the time, and so it was a relatively small program, but we did launch it in January, and then in April, by the time we received all the applications and evaluated them, we did make 50 awards to businesses, each being up to $50,000, and we're able to distribute the entire $2.35 million that was available at the time. And what happened essentially is contracts were prepared and executed. All of the grantees and payments were dispersed between May and June. And then grantees were really required to complete their project by the end of June and by their contract, and then were required to submit final reports. And in the final report, grantees needed to demonstrate and submit evidence that the funds were fully spent on eligible expenses. And I'm happy to report that all 50 grantees submitted their final reports and were able to close out their contract successfully. On the next slide, we'll want to really get into the topic for today is, as was mentioned, on Tuesday, we launched the new Social Equity Grant Program. a much larger program, which is going to be offering grants to current as well as pre-licensed cannabis industry businesses. The program looks to address financial needs of social equity businesses, and the notice of funding availability has been posted on the program's website, and this serves as public notice to all prospective applicants that are interested in requesting financial assistance from the trust fund. It's important to can't stress enough that it's important to review if you are interested in pursuing this resource. It's important to go through that NOFA, which is where you will find all the information, eligibility and program conditions, about how your application will be evaluated, and all other relevant information that's required for you to apply. And each applicant will be able to request funding from one of 4 tiers based on their license status with the Cannabis Control Commission. And in this presentation, we will talk through those 4 tiers. On the next slide, again, at a high level, we wanted to share some key dates that are posted in that NOFA. It went out on Tuesday. We will be hosting a virtual webinar next Tuesday on October 1st at noon. We will be posting momentarily the link to the Zoom registration. And then at that time, we will walk through in detail the program components and what's required to apply, as well as in terms of, as time allows, we will also be taking questions. And then, of course, the deadline being the thing we want to stress the most, which is October 17th at 11:59 p.m. The eligibility, so for folks who are interested in applying to this fund, there are basically 3 main elements for eligibility in order to be able to participate. You have to be a duly organized business entity that's in good standing and located here in Massachusetts. You're qualified as a pre-licensed cannabis business or marijuana establishment or treatment center with a provisional license or final license issued by the CCC. And the applicant needs to demonstrate majority of ownership designated by the CCC as either economic empowerment priority applicant or social equity program participant. On the next slide, it's just highlights from the notice of funding availability. We anticipate being able to make awards ranging from $25,000 to $500,000. The number of awards will depend on the number of applications we get, and so we will, certainly be recommending all eligible applications that meet the criteria and do well in the evaluation, and we'll recommend those until all the funds are exhausted. In terms of the use of funds, again, the NOFA is where you're going to get a lot of this detail, but generally it will depend on the funding tier. And there's kind of 4 categories that funds can be used for in terms of 4 goals, and we'll talk a little bit about that in the tiers. I will say, each applicant is only able to apply for funding from 1 tier. We have received a question. I will just address that. An applicant in this case is a cannabis business with a unique license. We understand that there are businesses that have multiple locations, which means they have multiple licenses, or they are a majority owner in multiple businesses. Each unique entity is eligible as an applicant. The only restriction is that each of those applicants can only apply in 1 tier. So presumably a business or majority owner of multiple businesses will be able to submit multiple applications, but each application will be it'll be on its own and will be evaluated on its own merits. And then generally, in terms of the evaluation criteria, again, these are detailed in the NOFA, but we'll be looking for the business's eligibility, the social equity status and ownership needing to be 51% or more by social equity businesses, clear project description, realistic timeline, and clearly demonstrated need and readiness to deploy the grant. And then we do anticipate being able to, once we do the deadline on the 17th, we'll go into the review mode. So we do expect to be able to have all decisions made, and all applicants will be notified in writing about the decision. And we expect to do that before the close of the calendar year. So next up, we're going to jump into we're going to get right into high level information about the tiers. And again, I will mention, we do have the webinar scheduled for October 1st, during which we will do more of a deep dive on each of these. But I will pass it on to my colleague, Joseph, to talk through the 4 tiers.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you to the commission and commission staff for allowing us to present today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the tiers that we have for the social equity grant program, starting with tier 1, which is for industry entry support. And so eligible applicants are pre-licensed cannabis businesses defined as duly organized business entities in good standing, located in Massachusetts with a majority ownership comprised of individuals that are economic empowerment or social equity program participants without a provisional or final license from the CCC that intends to apply for the CCC for licensure. And so the max grant size for tier 1 is $25,000. And for description of support, there are applicants, they may request funds for future expenses to support entry into the regulated cannabis industry. Next slide. Tier 2 is for immediate needs, and the eligible applicants are provisional and final licensees. The max grant size is $50,000, and applicants may request funds to support past expenses incurred as of July 1st, 2024, that are essential to the operation of the business or needed to maintain licensure and remain in good standing. Next slide. So tier 3 is for support for license acquisition and commencement of business operations. And the eligible applicants are provisional licensees and final licensees without a notice to commence operations from the CCC, so who haven't opened yet. Max grant size is $250,000. And the description of support is applicants may request funds for past up to $50,000 or future expenses to support the acquisition of final licensure and commencement of business operations. And next. And our last tier is tier 4 for existing business growth and expansion. Eligible applicants are final licensees that have received CCC notice to commence operations. The max grant size is $500,000, and applicants may use funds for past up to $50,000 or future expenses to improve or expand the business. Next slide.
Okay, so that concludes our presentation. We wanted to just keep it high level and provide some of the key highlights of this program. We will certainly into much more detail during the program webinar. But again, I want to thank all the commission members for the invitation to present to you today. And we do want to encourage anyone watching the meeting or listening in that we encourage folks to send questions to the Cannabis Equity Fund, all together one word, Cannabis Equity Fund @mass.gov, and certainly to visit on the EOED webpage, the Cannabis Social Equity Trust website for access to both the NOFA as well as the link to the application. We will be posting, we expect to be posting frequently asked questions, etc., on that same website. So happy to answer any questions if commissioners have them. And but again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Secretary, and I'm sorry if I misnamed your agency. I wasn't going to suggest you were going to work someplace else, but
Yeah.
appreciate all your good work at the Executive Office of Economic Development. Commissioner Camargo, before I open it up to questions, do you have anything else you want to add?
You all can go ahead.
Okay. Commissioner Roy, you have a question?
Thank you, Acting Chair, and thank you, Assistant Secretary Vega and Program Administrator Gilmore, for this very informative presentation. This is an exciting time for folks, as we all know. You know, there's challenges and headwinds in the cannabis industry. You're in an industry that's federally illegal, but legal on the state level. And that in itself can pose a whole host of things that can make it challenging, and access to banking. And so this is why this fund is critically important to help these folks. So you had mentioned that the first round that went out, the immediate needs, that all the folks, which was great to hear, completed their contracts. Anecdotally, do you have any examples of how the funds, offhand, not to put you on the spot or anything, or any success stories on how the funds really had an impact for these folks? I don't know if you've heard anything anecdotally.
I would say, I mean, it was a relatively small program, right? The grants were capped at 50,000, and pretty much all cases, it was to take care of overdue, outstanding bills. And so for a lot of these grantees that were able to access this grant program successfully, it, you know, the feedback we got was, you know, it really saved them in terms of a critical time to take care of things that have been, you know, weighing them down, if you will. And they were able to, you know, immediately deploy the resource to cover, you know, get them, make sure straight with their, you know, with their lease or their rent payments, or in some cases, they needed to support payroll costs. We also, you know, funded debt service and fees. I mean, there were a few folks who, you know, were fearful that they wouldn't be able to have the resource to make their next payment for, you know, license renewal, for example, or something they needed to complete at site in order to pass the next inspection. So I think in all cases, right, and I would certainly look to Joe if he has anything to add, but certainly the feedback we got certainly was a lot of gratitude, because people were able to really, it was set up to be an immediate need, and it really met that goal.
Thank you.
I would just add that applicants were indeed struggling, and though it was only $50,000, I know that all 50 grant recipients were extremely grateful. It helped them, you know, meet their quotas for paying their employees, for being able to pay their rent, and just keep them sustainable, at least until this next program came around. And so luckily we have a lot more money this round, and we'll be able to help substantially more with this program.
Thank you. If I may, if I could share with you, we have one of the grant recipients in our audience right now, sitting right in front of us. So good to see. I don't know if you want to, you know, not to put you on the spot, but.
My business is actively failing, and that first 50,000 was a drop in the bucket and was very helpful, but it was a drop in a very deep bucket. And I look forward to the next round to maybe make $1 in this industry this decade.
Great, thank you.
Anything else? You're good? Okay. Again, my thanks. We had, when Commissioner Camargo asked about finding an opportunity for you all to present, it's why it might be a little odd to be at the top of this agenda when obviously we're going to spend a good chunk of our day talking about the governance charter, but we wanted to do it sooner. Hopefully it, you know, expose the opportunity in this new round to as many of our social equity applicants, program participants as possible. Just a couple of questions from me. Obviously, this fund was created, it was set in EOED because, you know, we don't control the funds. You do, working with your advisory board that sets the parameters. Obviously, that was intentional because they didn't want this commission kind of being in the position of kind of creating winners and losers. So it's more helpful that, you know, it resides in the department that was picked. But can you just give us some insight Mr. Assistant Secretary and Joe, as to how you do have to have some working relationship with members of our team. If you could share a little bit of how that work happened, that would be, I think, helpful to everybody interested.
Sure. I would say, yeah, even, from the outset, certainly when we developed the immediate needs program and then now this program, we did have the opportunity to meet with some of the team members within the CEC, the social equity team. And that was critical just in terms of helping us understand this was new to us. And so we run a lot of, my team runs a lot of grant programs, but this was, a new, unique type of program. And so it was very helpful to get a lot of insight from them. It's also important, the relationship with the social equity team at the CCC, when it comes to helping in the review in terms of just verifying licenses, verifying social equity status. Because of course, we don't have that information, we wouldn't know. And so really it's been a great partnership in that sense that we're to work together. You're able, your team is able to provide with some detail about the applicants to ensure that the resource is going to the actual applicants that it was intended to serve. So that's been really important and we appreciate it.
Okay.
I would also just say thanks to the commission for your support with outreach. I know that we coordinated our comms teams to make sure that social equity applicants and EEs were made aware that the application was available. So thank you all for that.
Two other quick questions. It appears, because you've created these multiple tiers of funding opportunities, that there's an interest by your advisory board and an interest by your department to create as much flexibility to offer assistance where it's needed. Is that in line with the thinking of the advisory board and how you were approaching this current round?
Yes, I think that would be a fair way to describe it. Certainly, the advisory board, who has helped guide a lot of this work, and particularly from what we learned in the immediate needs program, the advisory board helped us understand kind of the differing needs that groups may have, and what is needed by a fully operating cannabis business that has commenced operations versus someone who is newly licensed and just trying to take that next step. Again, this is a new area for us, for our team at EOED. And so the advisory board, which is made up of, folks who essentially are experts in the industry or have experience in the industry, we're able to provide us with that kind of background and that kind of understanding. And so the tier is set up to really recognize the increased need based on that license type. And ultimately understand that the very large grants be reserved for businesses that are currently operational.
And I have one last question, and that'll be it. But in the presentation, a couple of times you talked about good standing. Could you give us your definition of good standing as it relates to applying for funds in this round?
Sure. So, essentially the first part of the application, when an applicant goes in, they'll first have to pass an eligibility screening, which means, that they meet the basic eligibility, that they're, duly organized business, that they are a social equity business, and that the majority ownership is FE or EEA. Then in the application, the main thing we mean in terms of good standing is we do ask applicants to provide to us a certificate of good standing from the Secretary of State, which establishes them as a duly organized business. We looking for a certificate of good standing from the Department of Revenue, and then a certificate of good standing from the Department of Unemployment Assistance. The first one, the Secretary of State, it's fairly non-negotiable. It is a point you either have a good standing with the Commonwealth or you don't. The other two, we understand, again, because of the varying license types, someone who has not commenced operations is not likely filing anything with DUA and therefore wouldn't be able to get a certificate. So in the application, we do provide that opportunity to, they are required to respond, but either if they have the certificate, they can upload it. If they don't, they have the opportunity to submit a letter explaining why they don't have it. And it's perfectly understandable if they don't have the certificate from the UA because they don't have employees and they don't have payroll, so they're not required to file. So that's essentially that. And then in terms of our check with, the other part of this is good standing, that the license that they identify and the social equity status that they indicate are in fact, are true, right? That they exist, and that's the partnership with the CCC social equity team to help us determine. And we're also, ultimately, we're looking for, licensees that are in good standing to us, just means that they have not had that license revoked, that the license they have in the hand is active. And regardless of whether there may be some, other considerations or reviews of that action, we're trying to kind of distinguish here if the license is no longer valid and has been determined as such by the CCC, then that would be a disqualifier.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And thank you so much. That reply made me think of a follow-up question. You said if a license was revoked, what about an expiration of a license? Would that limit someone or eliminate someone if their license had expired?
That's a good question. It is possible, and I think we did see this in immediate needs, that the expiration was imminent or had just happened, about to happen. And so in the immediate needs category, which is tier 2, we do allow some of the grant to be used to renew that license. And so again, as long as the license, was in good standing, was valid, and it's just a matter that they just didn't have the resource to complete the renewal, we would consider that as a potential expense on the grant.
Only if it was recently expired? What if it was expired for, let's say, a few years now?
Oh, no, I think in a case like that, I think an applicant like that would probably have a hard time also being able to demonstrate the ownership part of it. And they have to explain the need for the grant. And so if there's been no activity and the license has not been active in more than a year, I don't think they're going to be able to really respond well to the questions that we're asking. And so in the evaluation, they won't score as well. And I think that's where, so they're not precluded from applying, right? They could apply and make their case, but without more specifics, I would say generally my reaction is that sounds like an applicant that's really going to have to make a really strong case for why the license was dormant that long and why this is out there a competitive grant program. So we'll have applicants, right, that have active licenses and that will talk about everything they've been doing to move along and establish a business. They're going to be evaluated and scored next to somebody that is, if they had an application, a license that's been expired for 3 years. They just, the latter is just going to have a hard time making a good argument. But they can apply. It's not. We're not precluding anybody from applying.
Just to follow up, but it would limit their tier. So at best, they can only apply for tier 1.
I believe so, yes, because in tier 2, in tier 2, they would have to upload a copy of a valid license, correct?
Right. Thank you so much.
Also,
Thank you.
okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. I just want to say for folks in the audience who may have questions, don't waste any time. Email your questions to cannabisequityfund@mass.gov. And then Assistant Secretary Vega, I wanted to ask you a question, and I know you all are probably already getting these questions. I know I've already gotten the calls since you guys launched on Tuesday. The $500,000 tier, that's amazing. That's a big deal. That can make or break anybody's, business and create this generational wealth that, folks want to create in being part of this business, right? Did you all consider the making folks have $250,000 at hand in order to get that one is a barrier of itself, right? Because some folks don't even have that 250 in hand, which is, why they need this kind of money. But can you explain to us a little bit, if you can? If you can't, that's okay as well. But did you all, kind of the considerations that went into that, and would you consider removing that requirement?
Yeah, I'm happy to address that. So, Commissioner Camargo, you're referring to the match requirement that comes in Tier 4, where we say you can apply for up to $500,000, but for any request above $250,000, we are asking or requiring a 1-to-1 match. I would say a couple of things to address this, and we will certainly get into the details of all this during the program webinar. Essentially, it is considered certainly a best practice for us, and as with many of our programs, to ask applicants to provide a match for the fund. What I do want to address, which I think is going to be important and we'll need to repeat many times, in the application, we are not requiring the applicant to demonstrate that they have this cash on hand. They don't even have to have the cash on hand at the time of application. We're saying the way this will pan out is, we intend to give everybody notification of the awards by calendar year end. We will then immediately move into contracting. They will have a contract that, for the most part, especially for these bigger grants, will be a year-long contract. People will have, January through December of next year to really utilize this in the most strategic way that they want to. What essentially, without getting too much into the, into the detail, somebody would ask for a $500,000 grant. We would anticipate in the application, it's going to say, okay, show how this $500,000 would be split up by line item. And then next to it, just tell us, if you're going to ask for the full 500, we would expect 250,000 worth of match next to it. And it's a table. It's a budget table. So it's 500,000. We are asking the applicants to essentially put skin in the game, because we anticipate that this, it's important. It's an important safeguard for both the grantee and for the Commonwealth. And it's a good indicator of the commitment that the grantee has. And so in the application, you're going to just indicate in the table, you're going to say, this is where I would, apply my match funds. Then once things start to, once they start drawing down funds, they will, submit a request to us and say, okay, here, requesting, my first 100,000, and they'll continue to do that up to the 250. And each invoice that they submit or request will be reimbursed, 100% up to the first 250. Then after that, when they submit a bill, let's say they have, a contractor doing $50,000 worth of work, they'll submit the $50,000 agreement. We will pay out 50% of that, with the expectation that the applicant will cover the other part.
Thank you.
So, they'll have a year to plan out how they're going to do this.
Undersecretary Vega, I want to say muchas gracias. Thank you so much. And for explaining that, right? One of the reasons why I pushed to have this at today's meeting is that our next October meeting is too late, for folks to get educated on this process. And
Sure.
our acting chair, allowed it on the agenda. So we're really grateful for this education and for you even to kind of go into that. I know you will have a seminar on October 1st. I'm sure a lot of us are going to be on there. I will definitely stay in the process. I'm sure we'll check in with you, but I would be very curious to know if folks are applying for that $500,000 tier. And what's the progress on that? Because that's a lot of money. And we are, I think everyone's jumping for joy in terms of this fund and how long Massachusetts has been waiting for this fund. So we're really grateful to the administration and to you all. I know this is not the only grant program that you run, and doing these things are not a easy task in state government. And I hear you on the safeguards. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for so much time that you've allotted to this.
Thank you, Assistant Secretary. Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate your time. We're gonna, if it's okay, we're gonna lead this slide up. I know we have some folks in the room that wanted to specifically hear about this meeting or hear this presentation. We don't usually take questions from the audience, but we want to leave the email address up there so you can reach out to really the true people that can answer your questions. But thank you both for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Have a great rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Commissioner Roy.
And thank you, Commissioner Camargo and Acting Chair Stebbins, for having this presentation. Very helpful, very timely. Something else I think we need to discuss as a body that's also very timely along those lines is last meeting, and I know Commissioner Camargo, you had asked about these provisional licenses that are expired technically. I just want to read into the record. The commission had sent out, based on request from this body, a letter on September 23rd, 2024 regarding provisional approval expiration follow-up. The letter reads, "Good afternoon, provisionally approved license applicants. You received a notice from the Cannabis Control Commission to inform you that your provisional license approval expired due to a failure to pay the applicable license fee within 90 days in accordance with 935 CMR 500-103 1E and 501-103 1D. Pursuant to the Commission's public meeting held on September 12th, 2024, this email is being sent to all applicants that received the notice to assist the Commission in identifying potential next steps relative to these expired approvals. If you are still interested in moving forward in the state's licensing process and wish to activate your provisional license by remitting the applicable fee to the Commission, please send an email to licensing@cccmass.com by 5 p.m. on Thursday, October 3rd, 2024. In that email, please provide 1, the entity name associated with the previous provisional approval, and 2, the license application number. Do not send any provisional license fee payments associated with these entities at this time. If you do not wish to proceed, no further action is required. If you have any questions, please email licensing@cccmass.com or call 774-415-0200. And the reason I bring this up is because within that population at minimum, and I think the number's larger because folks joined later in the SEP program, but we have 8 EAs and 12 SEPs. Okay, so what I take away from this letter is identifying next steps. And so as we heard from this presentation, it severely limits and actually is could be a detriment if you have an expiration provisional license that's expired in your ability to apply.
Absolutely.
And also your ability to apply limits you to tier 1 at 25,000. What we heard from this fellow right in front of us, it's a drop in the bucket. And what they said, the 50,000 was small, and the other tiers are 150 and 250. That if they had the provisional reactivated, they would be able to apply for tier 2 and 3. So as it stands now, if we do nothing, these SCPs and EEAs will be significantly limited to tier 1 and at a significant disadvantage in the screening and review process. So as a board, we have to figure out next steps.
Yeah. And if I may, Chair, so Commissioner Roy, when was that email sent out?
23rd.
Okay, September 23rd. What's today? September.
30th.
Today's the 30th? No.
So
27th, okay. So that was sent about a week ago.
Yes.
A week ago. So your comment and question is very timely. It's one of the reasons why I wanted this social equity grant presentation today. But also I'm in conversation as we speak with our team about follow-up. So we were giving our team some time to reach out to licensees. It's about a week now. We're hoping that folks have replied to our team about their interest. And my goal is, depending on what time we get out of here today, is to have a brief conversation with our team today. Otherwise, we're going to have a conversation on Monday or Wednesday. I do feel Wednesday's a little bit late, and I don't want to say too much because I'm literally speaking to our team as we speak in terms of scheduling. But I think the goal would be is we have to see where our team is in terms of the conversations and the emails that came in terms of the update and what the data that we're trying to gather. And then we will, as commissioners, I think we can call a special meeting quickly to discuss this topic and vote on the extension. And I know we have October 7th coming up for a public hearing. I think that's too late. So I'm hoping that we can have a conversation with our team, today's Friday, so hopefully next week, and then I can come back to you all, and then we can plan accordingly. So I'll also say, right now, I'm the only one having the conversation with the team. One of you is more than welcome to join the conversation to prep for that. So go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
she's volunteering.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, may I?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
I did have a meeting this morning.
Okay.
With the licensing team because
Perfect.
I knew that this presentation was coming. There's a looming deadline.
Yep.
It's highly time sensitive.
Yep.
And then, based on the May meeting in May, we had an issue with not only the prorated, but we found that there was somewhat of an issue with these provisions.
That's right. Yep.
Correct?
Mhm.
So, based on the meeting, it really is going to be, and granted, input from our team, right?
Sure.
Input from licensing
Sure.
on the feedback, legal, but it is up to this board
Absolutely.
to decide what we want to do. We've
Absolutely.
created extensions in the past, and we
Yep.
did in August of 2022.
Yep.
We did it in May of 2024.
Absolutely.
So ultimately, it lies with us.
Absolutely.
What we want to do.
And yeah,
But-
if I may, Commissioner Roy, I wish you would have told me about that meeting.
I just was impromptu last minute.
Yeah.
I know I should have actually.
Because, yeah, since I was the sponsoring commissioner who brought it to the table, it would have been nice to even had the heads up now, because I'm literally trying to schedule a meeting with our team on it. So we're doing the same thing.
Mhm.
And again, this is what happens when we're, with the open meeting law,
I
but
know I didn't invite you because I already talked to acting chair Steph.
that's fine. That's fine. No. But I thank you. And this is, again, the only time we have to speak, but I agree. Since our last meeting, you may have more information right now since our last meeting, because you just had an impromptu conversation. But I will check in with our team. I mean, it's Friday. I will check in with our team in terms of what information, what did we gather, and then what's the recommendation, and then we can come back and do a vote on it. I don't know if we're taking a break today, where I can go check in, or you and I can have a conversation in terms of that, and then we can come back and discuss it. But I definitely, as a sponsoring commissioner, I don't feel comfortable putting it on the table for any vote or anything without having spoken to our team. So.
Well, do you have any other thing you want to?
Yeah, and what I would say is, we need to land on a spot on timeline, and I know you said call a special meeting,
Yeah.
being mindful that, the application is the 17th.
Yeah.
Also being mindful that these people did get voted on and provisionally approved by this board.
Absolutely.
And so, we just need to give folks, if we decide to provide that extension, to
Mhm.
put them back into a
Mhm.
non-expired status,
Mhm.
then we need to give them enough time to be able to apply. So
Absolutely.
there's a lot of moving parts going
Yeah,
on.
and if I may.
Yeah.
Which is why I wanted this conversation today. And the grant opened up on Tuesday, and we sent that bulletin or that email to our folks about a week ago. So I think, we're on track, and I would ask you all as commissioners to be flexible if we have to pull a meeting together on Tuesday to have this conversation, and we could do it virtually.
Definitely.
So, and, to our team, we're in the scheduling process right now, but hopefully we can have that conversation, if not this afternoon, Monday, and I will update you all. But Commissioner Roy, I agree 100%. This is a big deal for folks.
It is a big deal for folks. And, you know, we didn't necessarily ask the question of, this is a very generous round, right? This is about $25 million being made available. No anticipation of when the next round might come. This reminder, Commissioner Roy, as you read it, went out on the 23rd. And it went to the entire pool of folks. It's not just the SEPs and the EEs that are in that kind of provisional status. So, you know, we know there's a smaller pocket of that would be eligible for this program. Happy to call a meeting. You know, we'll find time on the calendars to get it done next week. As we all know, it requires 48-hour notice. We can certainly do something virtually, but you know, certainly look to the two of you to think of what action we need to take, or Commissioner Camargo is the lead, you know, to work with the team. We have a lot ahead with respect to work in the governance charter. I fully expect we'll take a break at some point because we're hoping to work through at least till 5 o'clock. So, you know, you can go and do whatever you need to do, and if you want to bring something back, you can bring something back.
Absolutely. And if I make Chair,
Mhm.
so we all now Commissioner and I can go talk about it now.
Well, should I give a little bit of my thoughts in public? So I am.
We could do it after. I mean,
I know, because I want to be
Give it a
transparent. Yeah, so my,
Yeah.
you know, my thoughts are that, and I understand that last month on September 12th, and that, you know, if these are in an expired status, but there were issues, let's just say that, that they did get provisionally approved by this board or the previous cohort of commissioners. And I understand the need for probably updated documents, right? But there's also an opportunity before the issue of final licensure to get the commission updated documents. So I'm just throwing that out there. There is a window where I understand the need for them. And so I don't want to discount that, because I did hear our chief of investigations and enforcement say that, and I don't want to minimize that. But there is a window in which that these folks can get back into standing to be able to present their provisional license to the Social Equity Trust Fund and still supply us what we need before the issuance of final licensure. So that's kind of where my head is at.
thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next agenda item is our continued discussion and review of the Commission's draft governance charter. For those of you who might just be joining us, members of the Commission began work on this draft charter in 2022. I can say our work was interrupted by Commissioners' involvement in working groups to draft regulations as a result of the changes required under Chapter 180. Our thoughtful and diligent work encompassed 16 executive session meetings and countless hours of discussion, drafting, and working with our mediator and members of our staff. I know summaries of those meetings and recorded discussions are being made available to the public. Just to recap, how did we get here and approach this work? There is inherent tension in Chapter 94G, our enabling statute, that set out responsibilities for the commissioners and the executive director. You know, when clarity is required, a regulatory authority or agency should have the opportunity to offer a path forward for the body to create clear guidelines so we can operate and fulfill our mission. Though we reference, as you'll see, we reference statute in our draft governance charter as is appropriate, our larger goal here was to build beyond that in this document and completely outline and define the responsibilities of the chair, the commissioners, the responsibilities of the executive director as administrative head, and interactions and work involving the rest of the CCC team. I've said in the past the importance of that this document holds in significance not only for the current set of commissioners, those at this table, but for our expected new executive director, and I believe it will serve as an excellent onboarding tool and guide for future successors of our positions, for future EDs, and for our team members. After our first review, I know we identified a number of pins. I know Commissioner Roy has kind of come up with that tagline where we put a hold on an item or want to come back to something to go back and consider. But what I would suggest, we complete our review in consideration of other changes. By the way, we've also obviously posted this charter for public consideration, and we've shared it with key officials and counterparts and colleagues in state government. We left off, I believe, and I know Ivania is here from our legal team, and she has been making notes and making a lot of the real-time changes as we discuss them. I believe we left off at the bottom of page 7 and can start on the new section entitled Public Meeting Agenda Setting. So what I would suggest, I'm welcome the chance to read a section number and see if commissioners have any changes or edits as they would like to suggest, and we can progress through the rest of the document and see how far we get today. Yep. Ivani, you with us, and can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can, Acting Chair.
Commissioners, you all set?
So you're starting exactly where?
I believe we left off the bottom of page 7, starting with public meeting agenda setting. I have some corrections under X in this section above. There's also Y, Z, and AA. Did you have any edits or comments on those last 3? But I think we had finished that and wanted to left off and wanted to start with the section titled Public Meeting Agenda Setting.
Okay.
Elsa? Okay, bottom of page 7, Public Meeting Agenda Setting. Item number 1, I'm happy to read it, or I can just list the number and you can tell me if you have any edits or comments or suggestions.
I think
What's your
it's good
preference?
to read as the public can
Sure.
hear it, you know.
Okay, they might get tired of listening to my voice, but that's
Okay.
okay. All right, number 1, for public meetings that occur in the normal course of commission activities, the commission chair is responsible for setting the final public meeting agenda. That is footnoted as number 15 in reference in General Law, Chapter 10, subsection 76.
Would there be an example of a meeting that would occur outside the normal course of commission activities?
I'm just looking ahead. Obviously, I know that there are other opportunities. There are other opportunities if the chair is not one, allows for 3 commissioners to call. That's on the next page. That's under number 4. But give me a sense of your question. Are you thinking of that specifically? Of other members of the commission being able to call a meeting?
Or is there another example of another extenuating circumstance that would fall outside the normal course? And then therefore, who sets the final public meeting agenda? So the instance you just raised, who would set the final meeting agenda?
I think what 1 is addressing is for public meetings that occur in our normal course of business, the commission chair, based on statute, is responsible for setting that final public meeting. I think it's clearly defined or just limited to those public meetings in the normal course of commission activities.
So
Of course.
so do we stay silent on who would set the agenda if a meeting occurred outside the normal course of commission activity?
Let's read through because I think there's more that might answer your question on the next page. Any questions, Commissioner?
No, thank you.
Number Number 2, the public meeting agenda is set cooperatively with the commission. And we have the following steps that lead to that. A, now on the top of page 8, A, leadership and staff suggest topics to the executive director. Commissioners suggest topics to the chair. B, C, in the weeks prior to the public meeting, staff designated by the executive director circulate a draft agenda, including topic sponsors, to the chair and the other 4 commissioners. D, 1 week before the public meeting, staff designated by the executive director circulate a draft final version of the agenda to the commissioners for feedback. E, the chair, in consultation with the executive director and general counsel, determines the final agenda. And F, during a public meeting, commissioners may request that an item be vetted for inclusion on the agenda of a future public meeting. Okay, no question?
Mhm.
Okay,
So it does say, we do stay silent on that outside of normal business, but, and then the 1 week before. So we all know there's been instances where things have been added less, before posting, but less than a week out. So do you want that set in stone? Is that overly prescriptive? In other words, the final agenda, final version of the agenda would be out 1 week before to us? What final week?
I mean, we obviously have obligations under the open meeting law. We posted 48 hours in advance. That's obviously within the 1 week that we talk about in D. And that 1 week before, as it reads under D, is 1 week before the public meeting, staff designated by the ED circulate a draft final version of the agenda to the commissioners for feedback.
Okay, so there's still room to adjust.
There's still room to
That's the
adjust,
important part.
really up until the
Yeah.
point of the 48-hour requirement for posting.
Okay,
And then obviously what I like included is F, only because again, we only have the open meeting to be able to discuss items for a future agenda that commissioners can request that an item be vetted for inclusion on the agenda of a future public meeting. I know we've talked about that over the past few years. Any other thoughts on that? We can move on to number 3. You good?
we can really answer like if the meeting is set by the 3 commissioners, do they?
That's under number 4. So let's get down to that.
Yes, okay.
Okay. 3, new business. The public meeting agenda also includes a new business items for items that had not been anticipated prior to public posting on the agenda. New business items may be discussed, but votes should not be taken on items not publicly noticed until the next public meeting. I think that's how we've operated. Obviously, we could consider a vote if there was an emergency, but typically nothing was anticipated. And the recommendation here is to put off a vote on that new item until a publicly noticed public meeting. Any questions? Okay. Okay. All right. Item number 4, a public meeting called by the chair or 3 commissioners, again, under reference General Law, Chapter 10, Section 76E, must be conducted in accordance with the Open Meeting and Public Records Law. If the chair is not one of the 3 commissioners calling the public meeting, those calling the meeting shall designate one of the 3 commissioners to serve as the presiding officer for that meeting. Again, I think this is that unusual circumstance. There are 3 commissioners that want to address a topic. I've always viewed that if for some reason the chair does not wish to put that topic on, 3 commissioners could call for a public meeting and decide the agenda and decide to appoint one of the 3 to serve as the presiding officer for that meeting. Any questions? You're okay?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Camargo, all right. All right, we'll move on to the next section. Executive Director Goals. Number one, the Executive Director will annually develop goals that further the statutory mandates and mission of the Commission in collaboration with the Commissioners, department heads, and staff during the fourth quarter of the calendar or fiscal year. Two, every effort will be made to align agency and commissioners' priorities, executive director goals, and information derived from the executive director's performance evaluation. More of a executive. Number three, the executive director goals are approved by an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners prior to the end of the calendar or fiscal year. Just to offer some explanation as to why we say calendar or fiscal year, to date, the goals for the executive director have been set for a calendar year. We've had ongoing discussions about amending that and moving that to have the executive director's goals aligned with the fiscal year, based on fiscal year, understanding how much money has been appropriated to the agency. But currently, it is aligned with the calendar year. Okay, number 4, the approved executive director goals inform commission budget and staff resource allocations. Sure.
Wonder if we should add statutory obligations on 4. Or, sometimes the AD's goals are guided by what we're statutorily mandated to do. For example, the acts of 2022, we knew we had a deadline. So I don't know if we, that should inform the executive statutory mandates or should also inform their goals.
Well, we do say back under 1, they build out their goals that further any statutory mandates. So when we talk about 4, it's the approved executive director goals, which I envision at that point would already include.
Oh, maybe statutory deadlines. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Number 5, commissioners will seek out opportunities through their work to support the progress and achievement of the executive director goals and seek updates during regular check-in meetings with the executive director. Just for context again, I've mentioned I would love to see, when I think of executive director goals being adopted and approved, those essentially become commission goals. The executive director goals certainly cascade down through the agency to all members of staff and throughout every department. I think my reason in support of seeing this in there is that commissioners should also seek opportunities through our own individual work to support the progress and achievement of goals, and put a little bit of a requirement and responsibility on us that during any of our regular check-ins with the executive director, that we ask them as kind of a matter of business to give an update on our goals. So we're not revisiting their success or failure at the kind of mid-year update. But any other questions on 5? Number 6, executive director goals are subject to mid-year review, end-of-year updates, and possible revisions based on changing conditions and opportunities, such as new legislation or emergencies. I would offer a suggestion at the end of that where we talk about possible revisions based on changing conditions and opportunities, such as new legislation, budget adjustments, or emergencies. A number of things can happen during the year. You know, there are 9C cuts. There are, you know, again, right now, if we're on a calendar year, we may get to that middle of the fiscal year and realize that, you know, our budget requests, full budget requests may not be met. And I think we want to allow the opportunity to reconsider those goals or their progress based on possible budget revisions. Commissioner?
So just, how do you want to word it? Budget allocation?
I would suggest putting after new legislation, budget revisions. You know, that may be decisions we make internally. Again, it might be whether a budget or budget request is met, but I think to simplify it, just we talked about it in terms of, again, this mid-year versus fiscal year update. But I think a budget revision could be a big piece of why executive director goals are updated or revised. And I would just offer, after new legislation, just the term budget revisions. I thought about appropriations, but I'm thinking we may also, based on emergencies or something else, we make our own internal budget revisions and approval, and that it wouldn't just be a matter of what the agency was appropriated.
You could drive the revisions.
It could. I would consider budget revisions being either we're making revisions or we need to make revisions based on appropriation. Okay. Commissioner.
Yep.
Avanya, after such as new legislation, can we insert a comma in the term budget revisions?
All set.
Thank you.
No problem.
Number 7, the executive director's performance review is based on progress and/or achievement of the established executive director goals and performance assessments. Question?
I think performance assessment would cover it, but does that include the administrative daily functions, the management of the operations? So that would all fall under that, just for clarification.
That would be my reading of it.
Okay.
All right, next section, still on page 9. This subject or this section is entitled Interactions Between and Among Commissioners, Executive Director, and Staff. The commissioners, executive director, and staff function as a collaborative unit to accomplish the mission of the commission. To that end, the following code of practice for interactions among them is established. Number 1, the commissioners respect the position of the executive director in managing the commission staff and will follow the supervisory chain of accountability. 2, the executive director respects the commissioner's need for staff resources and information and will work with the chair to identify appropriate staff resources and information. I'm wondering if it should be edited to say we'll work with the chair and commissioners. Okay. Commissioner, are you okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. Avanya, under number 2, after the chair, can we insert work with the chair and commissioners?
Yes, all set.
Thank you.
Done.
3, the staff respects the roles of the executive director and the commissioners in their co-governance of the commission, including their priorities, procedures implemented by the executive director, and policies approved by the commissioners. 4, commissioners and staff are encouraged to mutually engage with each other in accordance with the open meeting law and with respect to staff and commission work priorities. 5, commissioner requests for staff resources will be made to and approved by the appropriate department heads in a coordination with the executive director to ensure proper triage of requests. I think just to kind of offer an explanation, sometimes I feel the three of us just need to have a quick question answered, how many licensees are, operating in Martha's Vineyard, a question I asked our licensing team back when we were having those discussions. I think the difference here is when we were asking for more staff time, assignment of staff, to assist us with a particular project that kind of, again, we had a lot of conversation about this, but kind of goes above and beyond and maybe taking away from a staff member's time to complete other projects and assignments that they have. Commissioner?
So for number 5, commissioner requests for staff resources will be made to improve by appropriate department heads in coordination with the and commissioner, number 6, commissioner requests for information will be made and provided by appropriate department heads and okay. So this is saying you can work directly with the department heads. I just want to make sure I understand.
Number 6.
Kind of 5 and 6. Like, I just want to make sure I understand. So commissioners can work directly with department heads. As long as, I guess, the executive is made aware.
Are you?
There's a question to the board. So basically, the commissioners can go directly to a department head for staff resources. Is that what that's saying?
So under 5, you're requesting staff resources will be made to and approved by the appropriate department head.
Not the ED, but in coordination.
In coordination with the ED, which can be notification. The ED might step in and say, can't allow that because I need staff over here to complete this project. But to ensure that there's, in coordination with the executive director, I think is that follow-up, even though we have it separated by a comma, to ensure proper triage of the requests. So we might be able to approach a department head, but they need to run it by the executive director, and ultimately a decision is made about the request. So.
I mean,
Yeah.
Commissioner, we had a lot of conversation on this one. I think, and we also moved it chronologically because number 5 is really the commissioner's request for staff resources, in terms of having a conversation with the appropriate department heads. And then the number 6, I remember, all of us were in the room, was sort of like right now, if we needed emergency information before a public meeting or something like that. We had talked a little bit about that, where commissioners' requests for information will be made to and provided by appropriate department heads in coordination with the executive director. So how I'm reading, and I remember sort of having this conversation, was it's almost like 2 different things, but I know what you're asking. One was really about the resources, and the other one, how I read it, and I remember our conversation, is more of that information flow that we may need at times that doesn't really involve resources, but just information.
So to number 1, the commissioners respect the position of the executive director in managing the commission staff and will follow the supervisory chain of accountability. So the previous meeting we had on governance, I said I took umbrage with the motion language that reallocated the executive director's authority given to them under statute and to the department head. So I feel that motion language violates number one. And I think when we get to the conclusion of this, we're gonna have to revisit that motion language because it's in violation of chapter 76, section 10H. So I don't think that motion language that was passed comports with number one, and it doesn't comport with the statute. So before we're gonna have to revisit that motion language because it's gonna be in violation of this entire document. So
I know we have a pin in that back in
Yep.
the session under executive director.
Okay, I'm just putting another
Yep.
pin in that one.
Another-
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
How do you feel though about 5 and 6
Mm-hmm.
as they currently read?
I'm okay.
Okay. 7, commissioners may contact a topic sponsor of a public meeting agenda item in preparation for a commission public meeting. If the sponsor is a commissioner, the open meeting law applies. That's, a member of our staff wants to have something added to a public meeting agenda. They're listed as the sponsor. Commissioners may contact that sponsor to learn more about the item prior to a public meeting or as part of their preparation. Obviously, if the sponsor is a commissioner, the open meeting law applies, and I would suggest conversation is best reserved for an open public meeting. 8, urgent commissioner policy or operational questions will be directed to the executive director. 9, a project charter which must be reviewed and approved by the executive director allows for commissioner and staff interaction based on its project scope and staff resources allocations. Not all projects initiated with project charters include commissioner participation. For those listening, we do have a process whereby a commissioner or a team of staff wish to work on a larger project, perhaps outside their day-to-day responsibilities. There's a process that we have in place where a charter proposal can be submitted and reviewed and approved by the executive director. And again, that kind of speaks to allocation of staff time and staff resources. Number 10, commission SOPs delineate, commission processes on each administrative unit and are ultimately approved by the executive director. The chair consults with each commissioner annually to ascertain their priority SOPs. The chair and the executive director determine the priority SOPs annually. Commissioners will provide input to and feedback on priority SOPs. A project charter may be used for SOP creation or revision. I can tell you, I have not had much experience with this process. I can't recall where we've had that opportunity. So this is somewhat baked into previous experience and use, perhaps prior to our appointment to fill our current seats. Sure.
It's one of those things you don't know what you don't know. In other words, should commissioners be alerted if there's a creation of a new SOP or an amendment, addendum, or update to a current SOP? Because a tree falls in the woods and nobody hears it. Like, in other words,
Nice analogy.
right?
Sure.
So should we be, alerted if there's a new SOP or amendment, addendum to any existing ones?
We could add at the end of the first sentence, approved by the executive director with notification to the chair and commissioner.
I think that.
Lavanya, did you get that addition? The end of the first sentence under number 10, ultimately approved by the executive director with notification to the chair and commissioners.
Yes.
Awesome, thank you.
No problem.
All right. Number 11 is kind of meaty and involves A through G subsections, but Item number 11, commissioners support the investigations and enforcement team as it works to implement commission regulations and preserve commissioner ability to adjudicate a matter fairly and objectively. As such, A, commissioners may request from the executive director and/or the chief of investigations and enforcement information on an investigation or licensing matter, including but not limited to allegations and circumstances leading to the investigation, current status, and an estimated timeline for completing the investigation or licensing recommendation if available. B, a commissioner who is informed of a complaint about an existing investigation or licensing matter will share that concern or complaint with the executive director and/or the chief of investigations and enforcement, who will follow up on that concern and report back to the commissioner, and if appropriate, provide a plan, to triage that complaint. Commissioners are encouraged to log communications to relevant Dynamics records. For those of you who don't know, Dynamics is our system by which we track emails with respect to licensees. C, with guidance from the executive director, the chief of investigations and enforcement, and the general counsel, subject to applicable laws regarding disclosure of confidential or privileged information, commissioners will be careful and cautious about public disclosure of information to and protect the integrity of investigations.
Can we reread that, Commissioner? Just
Of course. C, letter C?
Yeah, I just want to read it to myself.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
You want to go to the restroom? I was like, yeah,
Pretty soon.
I can go through.
We need a break?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. It is I have it as 1:31. The commission will recess until 1:40.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rowe, you better go. Yeah, you better go.
Okay, thank you. Avania, if you're with us, I sent you a quick message in the chat about a version you might have that shows some of the changes we made at our last meeting.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Can you send that along to Commissioner Roy?
Yes.
Send it to all of us, actually, just to make it easy.
So we just put it in the chat?
If you'd like.
Okay.
All right. All right, we're picking up, we're halfway down page 10, item D. Commissioners will familiarize themselves with investigation and enforcement SOPs. E, commissioners will be informed in writing. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
Just wondering, in light of a new executive director coming on board, executive director and commissioners will familiarize themselves with investigations. and enforcement. Even though
Yeah.
we know they've been approved by the ED, but it's the previous
Right.
ED and AED.
Well, and that's important because we know there's a role for the ED in the adjudicatory process as we work through this. Commissioner, are you okay with that change?
Yeah.
Indeed.
I just assumed the executive director would be familiar with SOPs, but I get it.
No, it's a good addition. Avanya, on D, can we add commissioners and executive director?
Yes, commissioners and exec. Okay. Are you referring to 11D?
Letter D, yep, as in David. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner?
So for letter D, so not the whole section, because you know, the top of the section is commissioners support the investigation and enforcement team as it blah, blah, blah. So you just want to add executive director to that 1D or?
Well, as we go through it,
Okay,
we might want to add executive director. I know it's mentioned at F, but let's read the next one.
Okay.
E, commissioners will be informed in writing when an adjudicatory hearing subject to General Law Chapter 30A is requested and will refrain from ex parte communications with any parties or those identified or representing such parties in official or unofficial capacities to that pending matter. Just so folks understand, we are ultimate arbiters in any adjudicatory hearing that involves a licensee. This is to remind us of our obligations under Chapter 30A, which is we refrain from any communications with any parties or with folks representing such parties in any official or unofficial capacity as it relates to that matter. We can ask that the executive director be added to that one as well, just as a safeguard for the executive director. Okay. Avanya, on E, can you add an executive director after commissioners?
Yes, I'll second.
Commissioner Roy?
So this is forward-looking. So when an adjudicatory hearing is requested, it's my understanding that there is folks in the queue awaiting an adjudicatory hearing or waiting a hearing of some sort. So in other words,
I am going to suggest, it's a good question. I'm going to suggest, obviously, when an adjudicatory hearing process is initiated, that's the right time for us to be notified. But why don't we ask I&E and legal to go back and just verify the language on that and make sure that we're not missing a step.
right, because there are some folks, I think, awaiting this process and we don't know who they are. And therefore we could be in violation of E and not unwittingly and not know it.
Right. Okay. All right. Avanya, you just make a note next to that one that we'd like to have legal and I&E go back and just review letter E.
Yeah.
Again, just for everybody's understanding, our legal team and I&E have all reviewed this document, but if we need to offer a little bit more clarity in this section, we should do that.
Interesting then.
F, commissioners will inform the executive director and or the chief of investigations and enforcement of any invitation or plan to visit a licensee in their official capacity prior to acceptance of such an invitation. G, on the next page, page 11. Commissioners will serve their adjudicatory functions in accordance with General Law, Chapter 30A, Commission governing laws, applicable regulations, and established standards for the conduct of public health, conduct of public officials serving on a commission in the Commonwealth. And there's a reference there to the Attorney General's conducting administrative adjudicatory proceedings, particularly Chapter 7. Commissioner?
That list of delegations that the previous commissioners delegated to the executive director or their delegee, does that give any of those delegations give anyone adjudicatory functions?
I do not believe so. I mean, this is Chapter 30A is really our, outlines our adjudicatory responsibilities under the law. Put a pin in that one.
I do. I think we
Okay.
need to look at that list again, make sure.
Okay.
Just revisit the list.
Okay.
And then if so, then we'd have to beef up this language to be more inclusive.
Yep. Twelve, the executive director and general counsel will inform commissioners of a material threat or pending litigation related to the commission in accordance with the commission's standard operating procedure. 13, a commissioner who is informed of a human resources concern or complaint will share that concern or complaint with the chief people officer and executive director. The chief people officer will assess the concern or complaint and report back to the executive director, who will inform the commissioner. Commissioner Roy?
What if the complaint is geared at those folks? Reported to.
Well, we could certainly say share the concern or complaint with the chief people officer or executive director. You're right. Right now, that individual is the same person. Obviously, we hope that is not going to be the situation for much longer. I'm going to put a pin in that one. I think we need possibly do some editing on that one. All right. 14. The commissioners, executive director, and staff are committed to compliance with the Massachusetts open meeting laws, including restrictions on serial communications with or among more than 2 commissioners. And we just had an open meeting law training this morning, thanks to the Attorney General's office and thanks to Commissioner Camargo for arranging that. So that one reads all right to me. Any other questions before we move on to the next section?
I do.
Go ahead.
So, and I was gonna go back in the minutes and kind of figure out where this is in the minutes, or maybe even if in our conversation, and maybe we can jog each other's memories. But so the document covers in this section interactions between and among commissioners, executive director, and staff. And staff is very broad. And I know, again, staff is a big universe. When we go through, each line here, and then we get into investigation enforcement, SOPs, investigation enforcement, executive director. So I'm wondering if we're missing language because we didn't do every department, and I know that C&E is always going to be here. Communications is always going to be here, but we didn't do every department. So I'm looking at this and I just could have made a list, CIE, communications, executive director, chair, commissioners, treasurer, secretary, public meeting, agendas. So I'm just wondering if, and maybe it's something that we can go back and visit in the conversation, but do you know what I'm saying? So we interactions between and among commissioners, executive director, and staff. I get it. But a lot of this is ED, us commissioners, the enforcement and investigation team, guidance, executive director, chief of investigation, but the executive director, general counsel, 12, a commissioner who is informed of human resources, concern, the commission executive director. And then, the other stuff is going to go, the rest of the document's going to go to other stuff. So I don't know. I think this needs to be inclusive of, I know that positions change, but I don't know if we're missing something here because we're almost signaling out investigation, communications, the ED, the chair, the commissioners, treasurer, secretary, public meeting, but not the other. We say staff, but we're only talking about a few teams. We're not talking about the other teams. So I think that this could be something that we can kind of go back and maybe, put a big pin on it. And I don't know if it was because the folks that were in the room at the time that we were working on this and we didn't think about other departments or to make it inclusive of other chiefs, but we interact with more than what's in here. And again, staff is broad, so I don't know. Do you guys know where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think it's a good point. I think for me, obviously, when it comes to investigations and enforcement,
Yeah.
We know that unit will be around for the life of the commission.
Right.
And statutorily, we
Yeah.
have a
Mm-hmm.
a guided working relationship with respect to that department.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right, and it's not meant to, I didn't see it as any effort or any attempt to exclude our other departments.
No, of course not. No, I don't think that was the intention at all. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, should we include language that says and other department? You know what I'm saying? Like, because I mean,
Like it's not inclusive enough.
it's not inclusive. We're only making a charter for what's in here right now. But I mean, we got IT, we got finance. I think finance and budgeting is in here. Research. What other department is missing?
And let me just make a
Yeah,
suggestion.
suggestion. Yeah.
Thinking through this.
Yeah.
And I hear you and understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
At the same time, a new ED could come in and rename every department.
Right.
So it's like full of, it's like with regulations, if we put a name to it, it's a process to change it.
I agree.
But I do think there's the opportunity to, add departments just to kind of offer some informal or formal recognition that it's more than just I&E. And again, we know I&E reflects the biggest amount of work and the biggest number of members of the team. Thinking through how we start that off. Is it something and staff? Is it departments and staff? Is it
I mean,
build out that language a little bit?
yeah, we could put a pin on it. I just, I'm like reading and kind of looking, I'm like, and this is a big deal in terms of the charter and the governance for the agency.
Okay.
And, departments change, stuff could be eliminated, but it's still not inclusive of other departments.
What I'm going to suggest, and similar to how when I saw some language changes I wanted to make, I worked with CFAO to incorporate those changes. If it's okay, Commissioner, I'm going to ask you if you want to go back and contemplate how we incorporate our acknowledgement or our recognition of departments as well, and not just kind of group them all under a big label of staff. If that makes sense, Commissioner.
Would you like me to join?
Absolutely, Commissioner Roy, let's tag team.
We'll work together.
Okay.
All right. So Ivania, Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Roy volunteered to kind of reconsider that section and see how we can address due recognition to departments in addition to obviously a broader definition of staff, but consider how we might be able to include or recognize departments in that section.
Okay.
So that's their
I'll make
homework
a-
assignment.
Righty.
Right. Any other thoughts under this section? If not, we'll move on to, again, we're in the middle of page 11. Structural mechanisms for joint commissioner and commission staff work. Again, just following up the conversation we just had about use of that term, but and these are project work groups. Number one, a commissioner, department head, or other staff may prepare and submit a draft project charter to the executive director to address an identified commissioner priority, commission topic, or to work toward an executive director goal. Commissioner?
Should we just put a S in parentheses around a commissioner, could be a commissioners, like two of us could work together in that effort.
Sure.
Obviously, with respect to open meeting law.
Let me suggest some. We start that off with one or two commissioners. Department head or other staff may prepare and submit a draft project charter. Does that work?
One and no more than two.
I was just going to say one or two commissioners.
One or.
Okay. Ivania, so starting off number one with one or two commissioners. Department head or other staff may prepare and submit a draft project charter to the end of that.
Alrighty, all set.
Awesome, thank you.
Every time Ivania says all set, I feel like we've accomplished. a big
I
thing.
know. Or she has, one of the two.
Right.
All right, number two. In accordance with the commission's project charter policy, the draft project charter will include goals of the work, scope of the project, timeline and budget, and staffing requirements, including roles and responsibilities. I think that's what the project charter calls for now. Is there anything beyond that you think we need to add?
Members.
There's impact in here, you think? The scope of the project, timeline and budget, and staffing requirements, including roles and responsibilities. You know how like before the regs, we think about what's the impact of the regs, the cost, the fee, what is this going to look like in terms of manpower?
Right.
And I know we don't do that as much, the team does that, but could be something that we could start kind of doing, because we always want to come up with a project, but don't know the impact of it financially or anything else. And if we're going to, stick to these work groups, maybe that could be a new, we definitely got to be aware about it, aware of it, sorry.
I like timeline and budget because I think that gets to length of work,
Okay.
how much money may be involved. And I would think for the project charter to just address that, so the executive director can make a decision based on
The
that,
impact.
might be enough.
Okay.
But I hear you in terms of, I think staffing requirements might just get to hours of a person's time, but I think we could add participants in staffing requirements. So that way we can begin to identify individuals if we wanted to be that, or whoever's writing the project charter, the draft project charter, could make those recommendations as to staff that they think should be involved. Commissioner?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were for me.
If you have a follow-up to that.
It's the other commissioner. Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, and maybe I'm too in the weeds of it, right? But like, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? In terms of like impact, right? And when we were working on the regs, there was like a, I don't know, it's a document or whatever it was in terms of the impact of, what all these regs would mean and what it's going to cost to implement. And, and I know that timeline and budget, and again, maybe it's not for here, but it's just kind of, I'm thinking about the future. So is timeline and budget and staffing requirements, does that cover the impact as we know it internally, is my question. I don't work on impact documents, right? Like I haven't done that yet. But I know our team does. So I'm just wondering if that covers timeline, budget, and staffing requirements, or if that impact conversation comes down the line, afterwards, this group project or work group could be a very simple work group that has not a lot of impact, right? But I don't know, I'm just thinking, because I know that sometimes we don't think about the impact and everything else.
I'm going to actually pull back my thought on inserting participants into that. Let's hold off on the conversation around impact. Let's read through the rest of it.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
So Commissioner Roy?
So like with the SOPs, I think we said they need to go to like a central repository where we have access. I don't see that here. I think these project charters do need to go to a central repository unless I'm down more. If it is, forgive me. But
are you going back?
Oh, it is 10. It's on 10. Okay.
Yeah.
I jumped down.
Let's go through the rest of these.
Okay.
I think we got to backtrack.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can. 3, the roles outlined in a project charter include sponsor, who authorizes the work, project lead. Again, these are all components of the charter application. Project lead, who is responsible for initiating and completing the scope of work. Project team, which is responsible for contributing to accomplish the authorized work. D, the project team may include commissioner, staff, and external members. Okay, number 4, a discussion between a commissioner and the executive director is expected to occur in the early conceptual phase of a potential project that includes commissioner participation. Looking at that language, it sounds to me like before you go through and do all the paperwork, have a concept conversation with the executive director. 5, a commissioner initiating a project will submit a draft project charter to the executive director for approval after consultation, with participating departments. 6, Commissioner, number 5.
Nope, I'm good.
Oh, okay. 6, approval of a project charter that includes commissioner participation is approved by the executive director in consultation with the chair. A project charter is approved by the executive director. 7. If the executive director does not approve a project charter, the executive director, in consultation with the chair, in accordance with the open meeting law, will work with the project lead to develop alternative strategies for addressing the topic. Again, I think what's intended here is executive director looks at the resources, looks at the application, decides not to approve it, but will work with the project lead to develop alternative strategies to try and address the topic or the purpose of the charter group. Commissioner?
Back to 6, actually.
Yeah.
How do we know once a project charter is approved? So I had an instance where I thought one was approved. I think you guys might remember this, and then it wasn't.
If I may, Commissioner?
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at number 10, Commissioner Roy, because you said that exactly at the meeting.
No, but if it's approved, like,
Yeah,
when
when
it's,
instructors are posted to a central repository such as the commission internet, so that, an intranet, so that was one of the
right,
conversations because you had that,
Right.
instance.
you had that thought. We talked about putting them all up on a central place so that we can see all the charters.
But I hear Commissioner Roy's point. I think
I mean,
the sponsor should be notified.
Within 30 days. How about that?
oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. I'm
I
sorry.
mean, it's great to
Yeah.
have it posted for the team to see and everybody understand who's working on what.
I think we need to put a timeline too, because these,
Okay,
we want it to die in the vine and.
right. Okay, so under number 6, what I would suggest is a project charter is approved.
11, Mike's saying 11, kind of
During funding.
timely manner.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Yeah, but that's a little bit different. I look at 11, it's that we all are alerted to newly approved project charters by the executive director. We're back to what I thought Commissioner Roy's point was. I put together a project charter
Mhm.
application, the ED has considered it. I need to be notified,
Mhm.
like, and this would extend to any internal
I get it.
project charter.
And we don't want to,
There's,
we don't want.
there's a notification and not people having kind of hang in limbo. So,
How do we satisfy that?
I would suggest after at the end of number 6, a project charter is approved by the executive director and the sponsor and project lead are notified
In a timely manner.
in a timely manner. Sure. Avanya, I'm going to give that to you in case you couldn't hear me. At the end of number 6, can we just
Yes.
say, edit it to say a project charter is approved by the executive director and the sponsor and project lead are notified in a timely manner? Did you want manner or fashion? Or do you want to
I
assign a
think
time?
manner is consistent.
Consistent. Yeah.
Okay. So
Once
a project
charter is approved.
project charter is
Denied
approved.
or denied by the executive director, the lead, and shall be notified in a timely manner.
But we talked about 7. Let's think about that with 7 because that speaks to denial.
Mhm.
So for approval, the last sentence of Anya, a project charter is approved by the executive director and the sponsor and project lead are notified in a timely manner.
Okay,
So let's read through 7. If the executive director does not approve a project charter, the executive director, in consultation with the chair and in accordance with the open meeting law, will work with the project lead to develop alternative strategies for addressing the topic. So there's a notification that seems built into that.
Mm-hmm.
We probably want to
In a timely
a
manner.
little bit of a grammar, just as we capitalize project lead on the previous page. Avanya, can we just capitalize project lead under number 7?
okay. Yes.
And you're suggesting after for addressing the topic in a timely manner?
Mhm.
Okay. And at the end of 7, Avanya, can we just add in a timely manner?
Said,
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so I don't think we covered number 8. The project charter may be amended, for example, to change membership by sending the executive director a track changes version of the original project charter. The executive director will review proposed changes to a project charter in consultation with the sponsor and project lead. Again, if we can capitalize sponsor and project lead. The revised project charter may not be acted upon until it is approved by the executive director. Nine, the project charter template is available to all commissioners and staff. 10, project charters are posted to a central repository such as the commission intranet. 11, commissioners are informed of newly approved project charters by the executive director in a timely manner. Commissioner Orwin?
Thank you, Acting Chair. What's the protocol? So we want to create a project charter. What's the protocol for commissioners to reach out to staff? Like, in other words, to recruit members? Is there a protocol? Do we contact them directly? Do we work through the ED? Do we work through their superior?
I think if you go back to number 1, number 1 and number 4, commissioner, department head, or other staff may prepare and submit a draft project charter to the executive director for any number of purposes, right? Identified commissioner priority, commissioner topic, commission topic, or to work towards an executive director goal. But under 4, we say that we expect a discussion will occur between a commissioner and the executive director in the early conceptual phase of a potential impact that includes commissioner participation. Go ahead.
I guess it's like gauging interest. So I might think somebody is perfect for this project charter, but they might not have bandwidth, or they might not have interest, even though I thought might be a good fit. So as opposed to putting people, like, I don't know if there's a protocol, like work with the executive director to identify possible members. Maybe that's part of the conceptual phase. I don't know, but I just want to be respectful of folks' bandwidth, their interests. They might be working on other projects within their department that don't allow them to work on a project charter. So,
I mean, it's a good question. What I look at under 4 is, if, again, trying to save everybody time and paperwork.
And staff, then we should add includes commissioner and staff participation.
Yeah. Okay. Avanya, going back to the bottom of page 11, number 4, if we can just insert in staff after commissioner at the end of that sentence.
are you referring to, okay, you said page 11, correct?
Yep. Number 4 at the bottom.
Oh, okay. And I'm sorry, would you mind repeating the language again, please?
Happy to. A discussion between a commissioner and the executive director is expected to occur in the early conceptual phase of a potential project that includes commissioner and staff participation.
Okay, and staff participation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Anything else under this section? All right. Middle of page 12, new section, legislative and executive branch outreach. Number 1, commissioners and the executive director are considered cannabis subject matter experts by legislative and executive branches of government and may engage with municipal, tribal, state, federal, and international government entities. 2, commissioners may discuss and approve by an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners specific topics and positions for legislative outreach on behalf of the commission. Great. Topics for commission-supported legislative outreach are limited to A, topics within commission jurisdiction. B, legislative or executive action required to enable the commission to meet its legislative mandates and imperatives. And C, the annual operating budget. Okay, moving on to the top of page 13. Number 4, commission-supported positions are limited to the endorsement of policy objectives, not specific legislation. 5, the Government Affairs and Policy Team will work with commissioners, the executive director, and general counsel to coordinate all necessary processes for identifying legislative outreach topics and developing and implementing a formal outreach plan. 6, the Government Affairs and Policy Team will track all commissioner and executive director contacts with the legislative and executive branches of government, inform the commissioners and executive director of planned meetings related to commission-supported outreach plans, and prepare a monthly summary of contacts as part of the public meeting commissioner briefing books. Commissioner?
So if a commissioner reaches out to, let's say, an oversight authority and writes a letter, but doesn't put they're just doing it on their own behalf, it seems like it's coming from the whole commission. So is an example of that. And I maybe individually didn't agree with all the contents in the letter, but it had the appearance of from the whole commission. Even though signed by one individual, should it state, I write on my own behalf, because it wasn't in that instance.
I think that might be covered further down in number 7. So we can read that one next and see how you feel
Okay,
about that.
yep.
Okay, so number 7, individual commissioners and the executive director may engage in legislative and/or executive branch outreach unrelated to a formal commission-supported outreach plan, and when doing so will A, provide advance notification to the executive director through the Director of Government Affairs and Policy, B, clarify to legislators and their staffs and executive branch officials that they are speaking on their own behalf and not on behalf of the commission as a whole. And C, acknowledge that the executive director has discretion to determine the use of agency resources. I'd offer one edit under letter A. Provide advance notification to the executive director and the Director of Government Affairs and Policy. I'm not sure we need to go through the director to notify the executive director.
Should fellow commissioners be notified?
Yeah, I agree, Commissioner. Supporting.
All right, let me, Avanya, under 7A, just to edit, it should now read, provide advance notification to the executive director and not through the Director of Government Affairs and Policy.
Okay,
Thank you. Commissioner, sorry.
So fellow commissioners don't need to get notified?
I think we would put ourselves in jeopardy of the open meeting law. I guess it depends on the case. If you're just saying, I'm going to the Hill to talk to legislators without any context of subject, that might work. But if you were going to notify your colleagues that you're going to the, up to speak to legislators or the executive branch related to X, Y, Z, I think you'd want to address that during an open public meeting, I guess. What's the example that, or the hypothetical that you're thinking?
Well, I think there just needs to be safeguards in place. So if an individual commissioner wants to send a letter, it has our letterhead, using our letterhead.
Mhm.
So it could give the perception of this commission endorsed fully, even though it's signed by maybe one individual. So either any letter that goes out has to say in my own capacity, even if it's, I would say, any government entity, not just limited to the legislative and executive branches, because it can have the perception that this individual speaking for all of us, when maybe some of us don't agree with what's in the letter. So I just want to put safeguards in place, whether it's advance notice or it's that disclaimer, or I just want to make sure.
Yeah. No, I definitely, I mean, my opinion, I look at B. And again, you have a right to write a letter in your official capacity as a member of the commission, and on letterhead, I think it's that clear clarification, you're speaking on your own behalf. And not on behalf of the commission as a whole. The way we've agreed to speak on behalf of the commission as a whole is if we've adopted a policy or a position, based on discussion at a public meeting and a vote. Is that enough of a safeguard on B, or do you want to expand it out beyond our state legislators, their staff, and executive branch officials? Are you thinking of federal officials?
That's a good example, right? If rescheduling, that's a good example. Well, how about,
Say,
may I?
sure, go ahead.
So clarify to legislators and their staffs in executive branch or any other government officials, recipients, or like, I just want to make it so it's.
Yeah.
It could be going to the FDA, it could be going to, DOJ.
I wonder if you look back on number one, where we kind of list everybody,
Hmm.
that we just kind of incorporate all of those folks into B. Commissioner.
Yeah, no, I'll just say, we had extensive conversation around this, all of us. I think Commissioner Roy, you talked about the example that you might have put out there before.
Mhm.
So for me, this satisfies it. In terms of speaking on their own behalf, like, we've had a lot of conversation around that, and I think it's here. But that's just my opinion.
I would also say, on page 12, number 1, I almost think it should not be like a number 1, but it should be like just a statement for this section. But that's not a big deal, but that was my other thought.
Yeah, no, that's a good suggestion. It's more of an overview of,
Yeah.
it's not really directing how we work. It's
Right.
more of an overview of
Mhm.
how we see ourselves.
And I mean, if you want to add again for reassurance, something around, we have the ability to speak on our own behalf. I mean, whether we write something on letterhead and it has one signature, it only has one signature, even though that it has the letterhead. So I understand where Commissioner Roy's coming from, but I think that we exhausted this section in executive session.
So quickly cover a couple of points. So Commissioner Camargo, you're suggesting that number one be more of a subject heading than a numbered item? Commissioner Roy, how do you feel about that? Yeah.
Say that again, Commissioner Camargo, please.
Just in number one in this section,
Mhm.
number one is more of an overview versus a action or task, right? For this section. So I just thought we shouldn't really put a number one, kind of move the numbers down. Like an overview for the section.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So Vanya, we're gonna renumber everything. Sorry about this, but number one will become more of a heading. And I know we've used that someplace else.
Yeah, we have.
Okay.
If you go back to page 9, interactions between and among commissioners, executive director, there's more of that just formal statement at the top. And then we get to number one.
Yes.
So we'll do that here. So obviously number two becomes number one and all the way down the line. So Commissioner Roy, on 7B, do you want to just build out the list of who we're thinking about?
Probably, right? In light of,
Sure.
or is it not necessary?
I don't know.
I don't think it's necessary, Commissioner Roy, but do you want to just state, I know what your concern is, but do you want to restate it? Because I don't want us to kind of lose focus. Your thing was just speaking on B, which was speaking on their own behalf, and the what you call it, the logo or whatever it was, the letterhead on the letters and all that is what really was your concern, right? That if we're speaking on our behalf, and we've already all done this, right? We've been through it where it's like, we're going to testify on our behalf. And we say that when we testify, when we're writing a letter, we say that as well. And I think, again, this is why this section is here, because of, possible prior, stuff that we might have questioned. B, clarified to legislators and their staffs and executive branch officials that they are speaking on their own behalf and not on the behalf of the commission as a whole. So, I mean, it's here. What you're talking about is here. So I don't know what extra safeguard maybe you
Well,
want.
like in B, how does that cover federal?
I mean, we can add it on there. I mean, it clarified to legislators and their staffs and executive branch. So, legislators on the top here. I mean, if you want to add federal, then add them all. But when we had the conversation, I think we covered everything. But again, if you want to be very explicit, then put it in there. The main goal here was for commissioners to speak on their behalf, if need be, when writing to legislators or testifying in front of legislators, whether state, local, or federal.
Why do we list legislative and executive? Why don't we just put government outreach? Like, why do we have to?
It's probably what we came up with at the time, but that's why we're here
That's
doing
what I'm
this.
saying, like, we may be writing.
You say government officials?
In our individual capacity around an HCA.
Just say government officials.
What if we, to keep some of the language consistent, let me suggest that. So B, to read, clarify to municipal, tribal, state, federal, and international government entities that they are speaking on their own behalf.
There you go.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
So Vanya, on 7B, Can we
Yes.
edit it to read, clarify to municipal, tribal, state, federal, and international government entities that they are speaking on their own behalf and not on behalf of the commission as a whole? All set?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Teamwork.
Yeah.
Thanks, Adri.
All right, number 8. The commissioners may share any relevant information from interactions with legislators and executive branch officials with the executive director, who may share that information with other commissioners. The executive director may share any relevant information from interactions with legislators and executive branch officials with the commissioners.
Consistency.
Yeah, I mean,
Mm.
we can change it for consistency, but I'm also, I'm reading that first sentence. I'm reading that first sentence and saying, okay, I have a meeting, you have a meeting, something relevant comes out of it. We share that with the executive director. I'm not necessarily sure, just based on those communications, that they would be then intended or allowed to go and share that information with other commissioners, and it kind of becomes a serial communication.
If I may,
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Commissioner.
think, and we, again, we had the same conversation.
Right.
But I think who may was what we kind of came up with. So may versus, should or anything like that.
Okay,
Because we talked about the open meeting law regardless. I know we had open meeting law training this morning.
Mhm.
now it's fresh in everybody's mind, right?
No, and may I, like, for example, you guys on the social consumption working site are meeting with tons of government officials, but you can't share it with us yet. Right? So that's an example of, we want to be respectful of open meeting law.
Right.
Like, we don't, until it's ready, until we're ready to discuss it in public.
But the executive director,
I'll use their discretion.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
If an executive director wanted to say, if I may, Commissioner,
yes, of course.
if the executive director wanted to say in a one-on-one or something, oh, Commissioner Camargo and Stebbins have been meeting with tons of state agencies in preparation for social consumption, they can say that, I just can't tell you what the conversation
Yes.
was.
Just so we have the safeguard, and because the OML training is fresh in everybody's mind. Could we just say, may share that information with the other commissioners in compliance with?
Mhm. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Matt from the Attorney General's office will be very proud of us today.
Madam Chair, would you mind repeating the language?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
So this is under number 8, Ivania.
Yes.
The commissioners may share any relevant information from interactions with legislators and executive branch officials with the executive director, who may share that information with other commissioners in compliance with the open meeting law.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And then obviously the end of that sentence says the executive director may share any relevant information from interactions and legislators and executive branch officials, kind of back to us. Okay.
Yes, all set.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the next section. Press, media, and external engagement. Number 1, in an effort to speak with one commission voice, the communications department serves as strategic advisors for the commissioners and strategizes and manages press and media engagements on behalf of the commission under the direction of the executive director and in collaboration with the chair and other commissioners. 2, all commissioners serve as official agency spokesperson who may speak on behalf of the commission on items that have been fully vetted and approved by an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners. Upon approval of an item by commissioners, the executive director may direct the communications department to support commissioners and prioritize that item. Page 14. 3, the chair is the acknowledged de facto spokesperson, for long-term strategic planning initiatives, urgent and exigent circumstances, and general administrative matters. The executive director is the de facto spokesperson on administrative matters. Commissioner.
What's the difference between general administrative matters and administrative matters?
A lot. We really dug into this.
For me, and I know obviously we can't try to include every possible example that we could face, but if I was reading this and let's say the commission was issuing a recall on a certain product, I think the chair, at least reading this, could talk about, we've issued this recall for this specific purpose. I think what separates this is the executive director becomes the point person for the reason that an enforcement bulletin is going out or any other such announcement. So that's how I would view kind of separating the two.
Yeah.
Of course.
I read administrative matters as like the management of the agency. If the executive director is the administrative head, according to statute, you could have a scenario where one person saying one thing and another person saying another thing. Unless you put general commission matters.
I'd
It's like
I'd be okay
statute,
with it.
it's gray area,
Right.
like in the statute.
Suggestion?
The suggestion was the chair being the de facto spokesperson on urgent exigent circumstances, which now thinking about my comments would probably include a product recall, right? In general commission matters. And then the executive director is the de facto spokesperson on administrative matters.
That makes it consistent.
Mike,
Are you okay with it? Go ahead.
the acting deputy general counsel has a suggestion. You could remove quote administrative from the first sentence and it could just say general matters. Or general commission matter.
If I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, okay. I think I would prefer commission matters because we
I agree.
we exhausted this situation in our executive sessions. And we put it in there. We had this discussion for a reason in terms of where we ended up because of the rub. So, I think commission matters versus general administrative matters.
So you want to leave it as, change it to, I'm sorry, general commission matters? Okay. Ivania, so the edit under number 3, I'll read the first sentence where the edit is. It's the chair is acknowledged de facto spokesperson for long-term strategic planning initiatives, urgent and exigent circumstances, and general commission matters. And then the rest of 3 remains the same.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thank you. Number 4, if a commissioner opposes a commission decision that was approved by an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners, they may share their reasons for doing so. In response to media inquiries, commissioners will be supported by the communications department. 5, in consideration of the totality of circumstances and for the purposes of support from the communications department, the executive director will work with the chair or appropriate commissioner to determine when the interests of the commission and use of commission resources and the interests of a commissioner have diverged. When the executive director determines that such divergence exists, the commissioner will be informed in a timely manner and may provide a personal statement with support from the communications department. The executive director will determine if the commissioner will release the personal statement on their own or if it will be distributed by the commission. The communications department may provide information to media outlets that represents the commission position. 6, when commissioners are discussing an issue for which there is no approved commission policy or communicating in their individual capacity or in a capacity other than as a commissioner, and there is a reasonable likelihood that their audience may assume or perceive that they are speaking on behalf of the commission, commissioners will preface their written or verbal communications with the following disclaimer, modified as appropriate under the circumstances and to reflect verbal versus written communications. I am speaking, writing today in my individual capacity and not on behalf of the commission. All opinions expressed herein or in my presentation are strictly my own and do not necessarily reflect the official positions or views of the commission. Commissioner?
So that's a safeguard.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if that language needs to be on page 13 under the new 6, the old 7, that I'm speaking, writing in my individual capacity and not on behalf of the commission. All opinions expressed are strictly my own and like.
Maybe say something like C number 6, page 14 or something.
So under 7, you're going back to 7,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I'd like to lift and shift that or not shift, duplicate, cut and paste it.
I'd love to cut and paste what's in italics.
That's what I'm saying.
Put it in parentheses
Yes.
after B.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely. Thank you.
Right. Okay, Ivania, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, thank you. So at the end of number 6 on page 14, that section that's italicized, can we copy that and going back to page 13, 7B, at the end where it says, and not on behalf of the commission as a whole, and then put in parentheses that italicized section?
Okay.
All right,
All right. Yep. Done.
thank you.
No problem.
You're right. I feel like I'm accomplishing
Oh.
every time Ivania says got it. It's like, wow. All right. Okay. Keep us going, Ivania. Thank you. All right.
Will do.
7, use of the commission branding is reserved for initiatives that are deemed an agency priority by the executive director in consultation with the chair and in collaboration with the commission communications team or approved by an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners. It is understood that external parties may display the logo to identify participation of particular commissioners and or staff. Commissioner.
Wouldn't letterhead also be commission branding?
What was the point of that, Commissioner?
That you're saying they can't use the logo, but you can use the logo in a letterhead.
But I think this is reserved for initiatives that are deemed an agency priority, or if this is more to projects than correspondence. So I think going back to the project you worked on with the driver's education that we worked on, driver's education, but the decision had to be made by the commission, and I think we did take a vote reflective of that our logo could be used in any of the material. And I think further, the communications team can help use our logo for events that we are participating and or staff are participating. But that's more, I see that more for projects, initiatives, again, things that we've approved or the executive director's given priority to. But that kind of becomes how we attach our logo to something. I'm just thinking of
I know.
the example we used.
That's exactly, I
Yeah.
know, but the logo is on the letterhead. I mean, someone at one point, I forget who floated individual letterhead. But you're delineating a correspondence versus an initiative. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So go on and you can think about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Bottom of page 14. Budgeting, this is a new section, budgeting and budgeting process. In accordance with the commission budget process SOP, the executive director, with input from staff and in collaboration with commissioners, will prepare a proposed budget that reflects the approved executive director goals. Next page, page 15. Number 2, this is just a simple acknowledgement that we all know the fiscal year is July 1 through June 30th. Unfortunately, I cannot accept any changes to that. 3, the commissioners shall approve the budget at a public meeting. If a budget is approved by affirmative vote of 3 commissioners, all commissioners may advocate for the budget in accordance with the legislative outreach strategy. 4, in support of their testimony for the annual general Appropriations Act, the chair and the executive director will work with the treasurer, CFAO, and the Department of Government Affairs and Policy. The chair, executive director, and director of government affairs will make a strategic determination regarding testimony by other commissioner or staff person. So just a little matter of housekeeping. So we mentioned Department of Government Affairs and Policy, Director of Government Affairs without the policy. So is that just a little bit of cleanup? And do we want to mention department or director? Just so we're clean about it. Huh?
Department.
Okay. But let's clean up the language at the end. Havanya?
Yes.
So, thank you. Page 15, number 4 at the top. The second sentence that starts with the chair. We just edited or amended to read the chair, executive director, and director of government affairs and policy. will make a strategic determination regarding testimony by another commissioner or staff person.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Number 5, the CFAO will provide the monthly budget summary as part of the public meeting commissioner briefing book. Question, go ahead.
I'm back on page 14.
Yep.
In accordance with the commission budget process SOP, the executive director with input from the staff and in collaboration with the commissioners will prepare a proposed budget. I'm just thinking how the treasurer fits in. I mean, are you getting input from all the commissioners?
Mhm.
I mean, I think it's there.
Yeah, well, being just saying with commissioners.
Yeah.
All right. Accountability checks and balances. Oh, go ahead.
So we talked about legislative outreach. It's not addressed here, who would do that and if commissioners would be involved in that around. I think in the past we said if we were more aligned and strategic about the public awareness line item, for instance. So I don't know if we want to talk about budgeting and the budgeting process and the outreach and if we, I think we all have agreed we want to be involved in that and really hasn't been the case. I keep using that public awareness campaign because especially with social consumption coming, you probably want a strategy around.
Right.
So put a pin in it, think about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I,
Go ahead.
no, I just recommend that we put a
Pin on it because I know what she's talking about and I know that we talked about it again in executive session, so it could be in here and we just don't remember because we've already gone through the document, but I would put a pin on it and let's come back to it.
Yeah.
To get your thoughts in terms of,
I would suggest, I agree. I would suggest if we put a pin in this, look at how we might edit number 4. Maybe expand it beyond testimony at the Ways and Means
right,
Committee.
right.
I agree.
So
I want to ask Commissioner Roy a clarifying question. Commissioner Roy, when what you're talking about is, are you talking about, because I know there was a couple of like conversations we had, was it about sort of like when there's remaining funding to use for, okay, no, it's more about the testimony, the legislators.
About when we submit the 3 line items, operational, the
Mhm.
medical, and the public awareness, and we know, we get informed, Matt is very good about it, Director of Government Affairs and Policy lets us know. But then what happens? We don't have a unified voice on how we outreach after it, so the request is submitted, it's ad hoc. And we don't have a strategy, whether it's us as a unified voice advocating for the public awareness campaign, especially around social consumption.
You're saying the funding, the package, not just public awareness.
What is commissioners' involvement with that once we submit the request? It's
I see.
it's ad hoc.
So let me suggest this, and I'm happy to, whoever wants to volunteer to look at this section in coordination with the CFAO and our Director of Government Affairs and or our acting ED. 3, we talked about approving the budget at a public meeting. So there, we're all offering approval, or at least approval of 3 commissioners as to what our budget is, what we intend for it to be used for. But I think there's a way, I think Commissioner Roy, to address your point of building out 4 that extends, trying to connect those two. So, you know, what can we do once we approve a budget at a public meeting, or a budget that's really a budget proposal, right?
Yeah.
She'll approve the budget at a public meeting. And then we can advocate for it in accordance with our legislative outreach strategy. And maybe that's enough for that section. But I'm happy to, you know, invite somebody to think about additional language that we may need to build into that. And then in support of, or gets limited to our time before the Ways and Means Committee to support and advocate on behalf of our budget, but there might be a way to build that out a little bit more. Yes.
If I may, I mean, if you go back to page 12, under legislative and executive branch outreach, and I know it may not cover all of it, but topics for commission-supported legislative outreach are limited to annual operating budget. So we may want to just revisit that portion of it, because it's, you know, it may not, you know, strategy may not be laid out here in this document, but the intent of including commissioners in that outreach, I mean, we do it now, but I think having it in writing could be helpful. So for future commissioners and executive directors.
And now looking back at 12 and see the annual operating budget,
Mm-hmm.
do we need to be clear that that also, that's not just our July 1 request, that might be
Supplemental.
request. Well,
Annual operating budget / supplemental. I mean, you could add public awareness campaign, you know, supplemental and public awareness campaign. Or whatever, additional something, supplemental maybe, yeah. And your operating budget supplemental and
so just let me tackle one thing. So at the bottom of page 12, 3, are we in agreement?
it's 2 now.
Oh, the new 2,
Two.
right. Yep, thank you. The
Welcome.
new 2 at the bottom of page 12. Topics for commission-supported legislative outreach are limited to, in editing C to say, annual operating and supplemental budget requests. Does that work?
Yes, but I have a question.
Sure.
So operating budget is all inclusive of the medical program and the public awareness, even though we, as line items,
Right.
it's the operating budget is listed that way. The other ones are listed differently.
I don't know if we need to get that granular. I mean, it's all rolled up into our annual operating budget request,
Okay.
even though
They don't
you're
put
right,
line item.
we do break it out by line items
And then supplemental.
and supplemental
covers
requests.
everything else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are
Okay.
you okay with that, Commissioner? Okay. Vanya,
Yes.
can we go back to page 12? Under the
Yes.
new number 2. So under 2C, can we edit that language to read annual operating and supplemental budget requests?
All right.
Okay, so now we are back over to page 15.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Accountability. Okay, so we're under accountability checks and balances. Number 1. As employees of the commission, commissioners and staff are bound by federal and state employment and labor laws, the commission's governing laws, commission approved policies, including the respectful work environment and other elements outlined in the employee handbook and state ethics law and its enhanced code of ethics. And the footnote there, number 17, just refers to the commission's requirement to have an enhanced code of ethics. Go ahead.
I think you said and staff as employees of the commissioner.
Oh, I had that as a note, I think, as I was making notes,
Oh, okay.
talking about and adding and staff.
Okay. Sorry, I'm like, do I have another copy or? Got it. So you want to add that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Avanya, number 1, after commissioners, can we just insert and staff?
Yes.
Number 2, commissioners acknowledge that the executive director, as administrative head of the commission, has obligations to ensure that the commission is complying with federal and state law and commission governing laws and approved policies regarding conditions of employment. Three, by state law, commissioners are required to file disclosures with their respective appointing authorities. Commissioners may be removed by their appointing authority, in parentheses, ease, if a commissioner is 1, guilty of malfeasance in office, 2, substantially neglects the duties of a commissioner, 3, is unable to discharge the powers and duties of the commissioner's office, 4, commits gross misconduct, and 5, is convicted of a felony. That's all footnoted in number 18 because that's all incorporated in language in statute. 4, if a complaint or allegation is made against a commissioner and there is a concern that a commissioner's conduct may be in violation of federal or state law, commission governing laws, or commission approved policy, the executive director, general counsel, and chief people officer will investigate that complaint or allegation to determine an appropriate, goes over the next page, top of 16, response, including a decision on notification of the appointing authority or authorities, and will notify the commissioner whose conduct is at issue. Commissioner.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place, but I did want to bring this up. So the current structure is we have executive director, in this case, an acting executive director. We have general counsel, in this case, an acting general counsel. And then we have outside counsel that was retained by the executive director. So I believe the Gaming Commission has the commissioners have a separate outside counsel for the commissioners, because if the outside counsel is hired by the executive director, one could argue there could be a predisposed bias or biases against the commissioners, but gaming did that for a reason. They have their own outside counsel. So I'm making a recommendation that we include commissioners will have their separate outside counsel. Were you there when gaming did that? Commissioner Stebbins?
I mean, we had contracts and outside counsel for a number of purposes, most of those involving around litigation versus the commission.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think we ever had, I never was part of anything that I think involved separate counsel outside of that. But if you want, why don't we put a pin in that?
I would be, yes, because if an allegation was lodged against the commissioner and the outside counsel is hired by the ED, let's say it's an ED lodging one against the commissioner, there could be a predisposition for bias unless the commissioner has their own outside counsel as well. So I'm trying to.
Okay. All right, let's put a pin on that one. Do you want to reach out to our counterparts at gaming and?
Matt on that?
Okay.
If you'd like.
All right, and bring something back. All right,
Matt, you're listening.
Matt's like, wait. Anything else on 4? All right, number 5. If a complaint or allegation is, Matt says you bet. Good reaction. If a complaint or allegation is made against the executive director, or there is a concern that an executive director's conduct may be in violation of federal or state law, commission governing laws, or commission approved policy, this matter will be referred to the chief people officer. The chief people officer and general counsel will conduct an evaluation in consultation with the chair, and if necessary, will conduct an investigation and determine an appropriate course of action in accordance with the employee handbook.
Right, with conflict with our current structure.
Yeah, I mean, there's tension there with our current structure, but we're hoping, again, setting this governance document to hopefully be reflective of a situation where we have a separate chief people officer. Number 6.
We put a pin in 5.
Sure.
What's going on?
I think we're putting a pin in 5. Obviously, right now we have an acting ED who's also acting as chief people officer. A solution for that might be, and I know we're writing this for the long term, but to safeguard ourselves going forward, we could say the matter could be referred to the chief people officer or general counsel. The chief people officer or general counsel will conduct an evaluation in consultation with the chair. All right. Does that work?
Yep, that works.
All right, Ivania.
Yes.
Sure. Number 5 at the top of page 16. I'll read it and just point out where we can amend it. If a complaint or allegation is made against the executive director, or there is a concern that an executive director's conduct may be in violation of federal or state law, commission governing laws, or commission approved policies, that matter will be referred to the chief people officer or the general counsel. Next sentence, the chief people officer or the general counsel will conduct an evaluation in consultation with the chair, and if necessary, will conduct an investigation and determine, I'm sorry, Ivania, let me reread that sentence again. I think I may have missed something. The chief people officer or general counsel will conduct an evaluation in consultation with the chair, and if necessary, will conduct an investigation and determine an appropriate course of action in accordance with the employee handbook.
Changes made.
Thank you, Ivania.
You're
Commissioner?
welcome.
Yes.
So this will satisfy any sort of one person acting in 2 positions?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That point on page 1113 is the other area. Remember we said 1113.
Yeah.
What about it, Commissioner Roy?
We did. I think we're suggesting going back and looking at number 13 on page 11. The commissioner is informed of a human resources concern or complaint, will share that concern or complaint with chief people officer, right now executive director. Chief people officer I would suggest adding in legal counsel.
And or,
So if it read complaint with chief people officer, legal counsel, or executive director.
mhm. Yeah, one person can't be all three,
Yeah.
that's for sure.
Second. Of course.
So if we blanket put legal counsel, then there's a mechanism where you can circumvent the CPO and the ED. So I don't know if we should specify in the event that the human resources concern or complaint is about the chief people officer, the executive director. Like, then they go to legal. In other words, that's a mechanism, a go around if it's a
Mhm.
blanket statement. For the chief people officer and executive, unless they are the subject of such complaint, or concern.
So where do you want,
So a commissioner who was informed of a human resources concern or complaint will share that concern or complaint with the chief people officer and executive director. Unless those individuals are the subject of the concern or complaint. You could add it at the end.
the concern or complaint with the chief people officer and executive director? What do you want to add after executive director?
Well, you said that, I mean, then what, they would go to legal counsel at that point?
Right.
I mean, I know we're in a unusual circumstance, but that doesn't mean it can't happen again 3 years down the road, you know?
Say that.
I know, you gotta think of it all though.
Right, your worst case scenario, right?
If the CPO or ED are the subject of the concern or complaint, the commissioner may then report the concern or complaint to legal counsel.
Well, that's better. So I'd like that language. So if you
The chief people
leave
officer.
everything the way it is.
Yep, and at the end,
add
the chief,
Sentence.
yeah, if you got it.
If the chief people officer or executive director is subject to the complaint
And or,
and or executive director is the subject of the complaint, the commissioner shall
report the concern.
report that concern or complaint to legal counsel, general counsel. I guess we want to refer to it as general counsel. Okay. All right. All right, Ivania, we're back on page 11.
Number 13.
You got it. So the first sentence stays the same. Correct me if
Okay.
I'm wrong, Commissioner Roy. The second sentence stays the same. Our third sentence under 13 is unless
In the event.
in the event the chief people officer
Sure.
and or executive director is the subject of the complaint, the commissioner will share that concern or complaint with the general counsel.
Okay, may I read that back?
Of course.
Okay, so the sentence is, in the event that the chief people officer and or the executive director is the subject of the complaint, the commissioner will share that concern with the general counsel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. So we're back on page 16. I think we're on number 6, right? If a complaint or allegation is made by or about a member of the commission staff, or there is concern that conduct may be in violation of federal or state law, commission governing law, or commission approved policies, that matter will be referred to the chief people officer. The chief people officer will conduct an evaluation in consultation with the executive director and general counsel, and if necessary, sorry, keep mixing that up. Sorry, last sentence again. The chief people officer will conduct an evaluation in consultation with the executive director and general counsel, and if necessary, will conduct an investigation and determine appropriate course of action in accordance with the employee handbook.
When they're one and the same, they can.
Mhm.
It's looked the same language. In the event.
Yeah, I would just add that same language on the end, right? Vanya,
Yes.
so the language that we added to the end of 13 on page 11, can we add that to the end of number 6 on page 16?
Okay,
Right?
will do.
Thank you. All right. Next section on page 16. This subject is professional development. Commissioners, number 1, commissioners and the executive director are committed to continuous learning and will avail themselves of opportunities for public speaking and to attend relevant trainings, conferences, and seminars. 2, in consultation with the general counsel and with support from the secretary, the commissioners will participate annually in an open meeting law training and an in-house required ethics training, which may address its enhanced code of ethics and provide guidance on disclosures, abstentions, and recusals. 3, the annual commission budget will include allocations for professional development to be accessed by commissioners, the executive director, and all staff. 4, pre-approval and reimbursement of such requests will be provided consistent with commission standard operating procedures. Be cut and dry. Any questions? Okay. Next section. Conflict resolution. Conflicts may arise concerning the interpretation and implementation of this charter. 1, when there is a lack of clarity in interpreting the charter or perceived violations of its terms that are raised by A, staff, they will discuss that issue with the executive director. The executive director may choose to discuss the issue with the chair and or with other commissioners to clarify and or resolve the issue or issues. B, a commissioner, then 1 or 2 commissioners may speak with the executive director in an effort to clarify the issue and seek resolution. Or the executive director, that issue will be brought to the chair and or another commissioner to clarify the issue and seek resolution. Obviously, this is building out all of the checks and balances with respect to clarification of items within this charter.
That makes sense, Commissioner Stephens, the executive director, comma, that issue. Or the executive.
Yeah,
director.
You know, it's.
I'm thinking about formatting a little bit, but
I don't think it's formatted great.
Or the executive director. That issue. I know what the intention is, but. The executive director, that issue. Should be the executive director, period.
well, I first said, if we're going to look at it in terms of kind of progression. Sure, go ahead, Commissioner.
So on A, if the staff, when there is a lack of clarity in interpreting a charter or perceived violation. So if the staff thinks that the executive director violated it, they report it to the executive director.
I see what you're saying.
Just trying to protect staff if there's like
Mhm.
the power dynamic.
Yep.
This needs to be reworked.
Yeah.
The whole section needs to be reworked.
I'm happy to take that one on. Okay. Is that okay with you, Commissioner? Okay. All right, 2. If additional effort is needed to clarify a charter element or address a perceived charter violation, commissioners and the executive director may choose to discuss the issue in a public meeting to reach a shared interpretation of the issue and seek resolution. After deliberations, the commissioners may put a proposed resolution to a vote. 3, Charter issues addressed through this conflict resolution section of this charter will be placed on a list of agenda topics to be discussed during the next charter review. Charter. Need a break?
Drum roll for the last section.
Oh, okay. It's like, all right. And drum roll, last section. Good. Charter adoption and review. This is the last section on the bottom of page 17, middle of page 17. 1, this charter will be approved by the commissioners. 2, the executive director has indicated affirmative consent to this charter through signature on behalf of the administrative staff. 3, the charter will be reviewed for necessary revisions 2 years after the ratification date and will then be reviewed for necessary revisions after every 3 years thereafter. Revisions to the charter will be approved by an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners. 4, an emergency review of the charter may be initiated by an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners. 5, prior to each review, the chair will obtain input on agenda topics from the commissioners, and the executive director will solicit input from leadership and staff.
You both have questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Roy, I know you had your hand up as well. My question for number 1, the charter will be approved by the commissioners. And I think I know the answer to this, but would this need to say by an affirmative vote of 3?
It says that on, oh,
That's for the emergency.
that's the emergency.
And I know that this is was a consensus project, but I'm just curious. The charter will be approved by the commissioners.
I'm comfortable adding that language.
Okay.
Commissioner Roy, you okay with that?
I don't know. I need to think about that because that's not what we agreed upon in the initial. So let's put a pin in that.
That's why I'm asking, because
We need to give it some thought.
we know we talked about it being, what was the word?
Unanimous, that was
Not unanimous,
consensus, but I asked,
by consensus, but when we got to the final completion, I think that was still conversation.
You go back and review meeting minutes.
Yep.
From our 16 meetings.
But can I just?
Yeah.
I know we put a pin on it, but
Go ahead.
just again, thinking about the future. So right now, it's us creating this document and voting and, approving it. But then for the future, this charter will be approved by commissioners. Again, just thinking about the future, would it still be neat? Would it be consensus or would it be 3 votes? Right? So I know we always think about us, but again, we can put a pin on it, but those are my thoughts. Like the document's ours now and the process has been ours. So I think we definitely have to discuss that.
I think we should discuss it, but just point of information. And again, this could be likely for future commissioners. We say that any revisions to the charter will be approved
By 3 votes.
affirmative vote of 3.
Yep. Yep.
So I wouldn't want to necessarily create a double standard here,
Mm-hmm.
but we can put a pin in it.
I don't have thoughts about anything else, just that.
Okay. Wow. All right, we got through those
but
10 more pages pretty fast.
So we have 10 more pages?
So we got through the.
Oh,
pages.
I was like, Commissioner Stebbins, what are you looking at?
No. We got through those 10 pages pretty quick. So thank you. for the robust conversation and discussion. Just from today,
Pins.
go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Well, I think we have some to do. Commissioner Camargo and I are gonna work about the inclusivity.
Yep.
You were gonna rework an entire section, here sevens, and
Right.
I was gonna work with Matt to inquire with the gaming commission about outside counsel for commissioners. So I think we have some projects.
We do, and we need some, in some places to get some review from legal and INE. And I also know that obviously any of these changes, you know, I would love to have legal and INE just kind of where appropriate, kind of take a quick review of.
You said 10, page 10, Commissioner, D and E. For I&E and legal. Page 10, D and E.
Yeah. E and G. 11 E and G, I've noted.
11.
Bottom of 10 and top of 11. I had made a note next to letter E under 11 and G. That we want to make sure those are aligned, and I'd love to have legal and INE look at those.
Did you have E? Is that what you said? E and G? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And Commissioner, did we give up on page 11, number 2? I had mentioned the impact and we put a pin on it. I'm okay with it. I think this covers it, but we have put a pin on it, so.
Oh, under building out the project chart.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you?
Page 11,
Okay.
number 2, when I had talked about sort of the impact,
Oh, yeah.
you know, I mean, maybe I could talk to, maybe CFO and CIE. But again, project timeline and budget and staffing requirements, including roles and responsibilities, it's there. I just know that sometimes maybe the impact gets.
And looking at that, the way I read it is we're going with what you know, putting the project charter together.
Everything else
I think
later.
Discussion of impact might be the
Down the line.
executive director's input and everybody else.
Okay, I'm okay with taking the pin out. Thank you.
The rest that we discussed today. Page 15, 3 and 4. I think we wanted to build that out. In terms of how we advocate for our budget. In addition to that testimony.
Yep.
Who had offered to take that one on?
Which one, Commissioner?
Top of page 15, 3 and 4.
I can work with Matt.
You want to work with Matt, Commissioner Roy? Okay,
Got that, Matt?
he's listening.
Matt.
Can we go back
You
one
need help.
page?
Yeah, second.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Back on the previous page?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Just to make sure, I had a pin on Commissioner Roy, the letterhead. Are you all set with that? Page 14, number 7?
I think so, because we
Okay.
put the language, we
Yep.
did the italics
Yep,
language
okay.
into the others.
All right.
So
I had it as a pin.
that safeguard in there.
Got you.
Back to page 15. Commissioner Roy, you had a pin on number 4.
Matt. Page 15, number 4. Yes, Matt and I are gonna look into outside counsel for commissioners, talk to gaming.
Back with some suggested
Mhm.
language for that. And I would also invite our legal counsel to
Mm-hmm.
be part of that consideration.
This is great.
Might be a new legal counsel. Page 16, number 5, I put a pin in, but I'm not sure if we didn't make a change to correct that. Okay, we're gonna look at Ivanya's red line edits.
We actually, Vanya, I think we might have changed a little bit of language there.
Yeah,
I think we just
think
put
we
or,
said-
we got rid of and put or.
yeah, I think we said the chief people officer or general counsel.
Yeah, I crossed out the pins, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Took the
Yes,
pen.
that's
Right.
what I have as well.
Thank you, Ivania.
So no problem. So would you like me to remove the pin?
Remove the pin.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thank you. Page 17, A, B, and C, I'll tackle. I think that's just
Oh, yeah, that's
some rewording and formatting.
I think it was more than that, acting chair. I think it was the power dynamic.
Right, right. How if the executive director might be the subject of the
Mhm.
complaint or the concern.
How do you protect staff? Like, what's their mechanism and?
Right. All right. I might work with legal to figure that out. All right. And Commissioner Camargo, number 1 under charter adoption and review, can I ask you to go back and review the meeting minutes, also in your capacity as secretary, and come back to us with lead the discussion on that one?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I'm like speaking under my breath.
No, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, now, let's go check the assignment of pins on the first 7 pages. Commissioner Roy, I might turn to you to remember where we have those.
I don't have, let me see, go to the red line version. So may I respectfully ask next time we have like the red line version?
Sure.
Then-
Yep.
I have some things if you want me to put in, commissioners.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
So again, these could be old, but, so page 2. Under roles and responsibility.
Ivania, page 2, under roles and responsibility, we're checking old pins.
Okay,
Romanet 2 may delegate statutory responsibilities of the commissioners to the executive director. I think we had said something and or undelegate or something like that. I don't know if that's in there already, but I had that as a pin.
The red line.
Ivania, does that?
Two.
Mm.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Camargo. Yes, you put a pin on this one. Yes,
Delegate or undelegate?
I think it was Commissioner Roy. I think you had mentioned undelegate as well.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
to delegate more, we can.
Mm-hmm.
undelegate.
May delegate or undelegate. Yeah. So that was one pin on page 7, Commissioner.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep going.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
Just thinking of using the right language.
Oh, got it. Okay. Delegate statutory responsibilities. Are we allowed to well, I guess, yeah, we are allowed to undelegate. Yeah, because here it says may delegate statutory responsibilities.
So quick scan of Merriam-Webster's undelegated says it's not entrusted to another person. So it
Rescind the delegation.
yeah,
The rescind?
may delegate or rescind. Avanya?
Yes. So would you like me to change it to rescind?
Yeah, may delegate or rescind statutory responsibilities of the commissioners to the executive director.
Ready? Okay.
Okay,
Yes. And if I may, I'm sorry, so I can go ahead and remove the pin. We're all set there.
yep,
Yes, okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question, please?
of course.
I have here my notes, and I think I brought this up last time within this section, page 2. And I just wrote to myself, so I'm trying to see if you guys remember. Onboarding process confidentiality. I don't know, we had
Note you wrote,
to myself,
okay,
but I think I had brought it up before, and I'm trying to just think. I think we had talked about like, just, I don't know if it was like a disclosure agreements or something like that. I'm gonna have to come back, but I just made, oh, I'm sorry, page 2. Page 2.
What, from that?
Just in the bottom, as regulators, the commissioners promulgate regulations for medical and adult use marijuana. I think I had a question here around onboarding, the process and confidentiality. But I can come back to it because I just made notes to myself and I don't remember if I had talked about it with you all. But I'll go back and look.
There is a pin on that, I think.
I think we were gonna add something. I don't know if Ivania remembers, but I think we were gonna add some. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry,
go
Commissioner
ahead,
Camargo.
Avanya.
No, it's okay.
Well,
Yeah.
in what I see, you're referring to C, correct?
Yep,
The only pin I have here says AGC Carter will think over Commissioner Roy's proposed additional language.
Yeah. There's nothing in there around onboarding or confidentiality, not for C, but for this section as a pin.
I don't have that information, no.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. No
Okay.
worries. It might have just been my own notes. I'll go back and look.
but
Thank
it
you.
sounds like we still have a pin there from Commissioner Roy that has some AGC follow-up.
My handwritten one, I thought we'd have. I'll have to go back, just keep the pen.
Okay,
I have notes at home that I can refer back to.
okay. Page 3,
Let me try to go back to this one.
under E, Roman numerat, I have an arrow next to 6, which is approved job descriptions for new and significantly revised positions proposed by the executive director.
Yes.
And I had a Roman numeral 7, so
Mhm.
I didn't know if somebody was adding an extra thought there or not.
Well, we may want to ask, Ivania to see what she has, but I also had here, we talked about dormant roles. I don't know if we changed the word to dormant roles as well.
Avanya, in the middle of page 3, under E, in relation to the administrative agency, the commissioners, and then there's Roman numerat 1 through 6. Is there any note about a Roman numerat 7?
I don't see a note here for that one.
And if I may,
Not, unfortunately.
Commissioner, go ahead.
yeah, Ivania, did we change 6, the wording in terms of significantly to dormant roles? New or dormant roles?
For number 6,
Mm-hmm.
let me just double check here. No, I don't see anything like that,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Oh, I know what you were talking about.
Yep.
We talked about the previously approved deputy executive director role, and that's what, like a dormant, it's a position that's
Mm-hmm.
previously been approved by the board, the commission,
Mm-hmm.
but never acted on, and do we need to
Mhm.
revisit that? I think, right?
Right,
Was
yeah,
that the?
Yeah. Yep. And we use that as an example, but any dormant roles that are significant,
Previously approved role.
previously approved to come back to us so that we can see them versus, bringing up, hiring them. But I think we might have either, I mean, I have it in my notes that we talked about it. Again, we can go back into the minutes and see where we ended up, but I know that was a thing.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Camargo, I would separate this out and make a Roman numerat number 7, and we can address dormant.
I think that's what you said last time. I think that's what you said last time. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I think we all agreed that it was significant enough to, I think, mention it. And I think that's what it was. We were going to add a number 7 to it, Commissioner.
Okay.
Yeah. We can either do it now or craft it.
Up to you if you want to try to wordsmith something now.
I can come back to it.
All right.
Unless Commissioner Roy.
Well, I think we also had a question about the term significantly.
Yeah.
I remember the AED was here, and we kind of went back and forth over
Oh, yeah.
what determines what's significantly
Yeah.
revised versus just revised.
We had non-ministerial edits.
Yeah.
Significantly changed. Yeah. We said non-ministerial edits. Mm-hmm. So we had a big pin on that one, and I think we can, we were gonna add a number 7 for sure, and trying to figure out what that meant. Yep. These notes.
Go
I-
ahead.
Yeah, I would, I guess, kindly ask that we just come back to it, because
Yeah.
right now I'm kind of. Come back to it.
Got it.
But Commissioner Roy, maybe you and I can have the conversation, because I think,
So, because
Yeah.
I didn't realize we were doing this portion. I thought we were just moving forward, because I do have robust notes at home around this. So
Yeah.
why don't we just
Mhm.
go through them? I can, or you and I can have a one-on-one meeting, go through.
Yep.
that.
This one is definitely one that we have put a pin on it. We can continue the conversation when we have fresh.
Yep.
When we're a little bit more fresher. Refreshed.
Next.
Page 4.
Page 4, I think we struck I.
Mhm. Yes.
So it's really is responsibility that I want to make sure that's still reflected under somewhere in the executive director's work. I don't see I'm now on to page 5. I don't see any pins there. I see a pin on D on the top of page 6. This is speaking to secretary's role is designated by the chair to serve as chair for a public meeting if the chair is absent and has not previously designated another commissioner to act as chair for a public meeting.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, where are you?
Page 6.
Top of page 6,
Oh,
letter D. Small case D.
mhm. Mhm. We definitely need the red line versions next time. This is hard. Mm.
And just moving on. So 7, I think I was tasked with looking at rewriting N, O, P, and Q.
Mhm.
They all kind of said the same thing. Let me see. I did have a quick call with our CFAO. And I think I can drop. We created a new N and a new O. Dropped P and Q. I know this, Avanya has already incorporated this into kind of our red line working version, but I can drop it into the chat for all of you if you want to read it.
And
So we boiled those 4 bullets down or those 4
mhm.
lettered sections down
Mhm.
into 2.
Mhm. Commissioner Stebbins, I'll point out R to you when we're ready.
What's that?
I will speak to R once we're ready, when
Oh.
when we move next.
Okay. Like I said, the proposed language for the new N and O, I've shared with Avani, it's in kind of our red line version.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
if you want to say it's okay, or it'd be part of, keeping it redlined for when we look at this again.
I'm okay with it. And O.
Yeah, I think we're struggling because like what's in the board book is not the red line version and this, we're
Yeah.
trying to look at the red line version. So I think this is why it seems a little
Mhm.
clunky and awkward right now.
Okay.
So I see R in the board book version, the one Commissioner Kumar, I think you talked about provides fiscal impact analysis. Is that the one?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna make a comment on this.
It's out of the red line.
Oh, it's out of the red line? We
Yeah,
took it
That's
out?
what I'm saying. We need to be really
Um,
working on the red line version.
Got it.
It's out.
Well, either way, I'll make my comment if I can.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at my old version, I guess. But this was what I was talking about earlier in the working groups. Provides fiscal impact analysis information during the regulatory promulgation process to ensure commissioners understand the costs and benefits of proposed regulations and regulatory change. So this is exactly what I was talking about, and I kept thinking about it in the working groups. But it's here, and you're saying that we took it out, which is okay, but
It's P.
It's no longer R, it's P.
okay,
We
okay.
got renumbered or relettered because we
Yeah.
took out P and Q with
Yeah.
the edits I offered.
Yeah. But you all understand what I'm saying, where I'm coming
Yeah.
from? Like, this is what I was thinking about in the working group, but like you said, Commissioner Stebbins, the working group is just a working group. Once we get to the promulgation, in the process, then we create this fiscal impact. But this is what I was thinking about in the working groups. Yeah. As long as it's in there, I think it's key.
Well, I don't want to, so, I mean, as I'm reading this one, the new P,
Mm-hmm.
provides fiscal impact analysis information during the regulatory promulgation process
Mm-hmm.
to ensure commissioners understand the cost and benefit of proposed regulations,
Mhm.
regulatory changes.
Mhm.
So after listening to you and your thoughts when we were looking at the working group
Mhm.
charters, this, I think, specifically speaks to, well, like what we went through chapter 180.
Mm-hmm.
We knew there were budget implications. We
Yep.
planned for them. We
Yep.
had to update mass CIP and a number of other
Yep.
things.
Yep.
Sign staff, that kind of impact as it relates to the regulation
Right.
promulgation.
Right.
So what I'm hearing is you want to find a way to have that same discussion
Mhm.
about impact
Mhm.
from proposing a charter, a working group charter.
Yeah, because I was just thinking, like, let's just use social consumption for an example.
Yeah.
We have our working group, we have our charter that we did last year, but we still haven't gotten to this part, obviously, which is the fiscal impact analysis. You know, we still haven't done that for social consumption, right? I can say that we're at a public meeting, but we're gonna have to do that. So I guess my thought is like, if we would have baked it in, 6 months ago, well, we would have already told our team, hey, start working on a fiscal impact analysis for this working group. Again, we're a regulatory working group, but I don't want to put more work on people, but when we're talking about these working groups, if they're big projects, that we want to incorporate for the industry or it's regulatory, we always have to think about the impact, especially with where the budget is. So I just thought that maybe even like building awareness for the next commissioners that if you're forming a working group for a big policy matter and or your own project, right? Like
Mhm.
whatever, you have to think about the fiscal, the financial impact, the fiscal impact analysis. So I don't know, maybe it's, again, we don't know what we don't know when we get here. And if we're doing this document for future us, it'll be helpful.
So I hear what you're saying. I want to make sure that we're clear in deciphering
Yeah.
between
Yeah.
doing it around proposed regulation changes.
Yeah.
And then separately, when thinking through organizing and getting approval for a project working group.
Yep.
That there is a conversation around impact.
Absolutely.
So
Early.
So if I'm going to give you another homework assignment.
Sure, I got to think about that.
So number 4 on page 11, which talks about the early conceptual phase of a potential project
Mm-hmm.
and that having that conversation with the executive director.
Okay, page 4, what letter?
Page 11.
Oh, wow,
Number
page 11.
4.
Okay, sorry. I need a break. Page 11, number 4.
Yeah,
Discussion between commissioner, executive director, and expected to, okay.
I would invite you to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Language there.
Yeah, absolutely, that makes sense. And I can, talk to our team, because impact, fiscal analysis. Thank you.
Yeah.
The manual for this job.
It's the idea.
Yep.
All right. Then a lot of this
So on,
and I had a pin next to X.
yep. So if you go to the red line version, X is now V.
Yep.
And what we did was we got it read funny, so we got rid of the word ensure and put protect.
Right. And or ensure public health. Do you have that?
Mhm.
too?
As it
Or at
reads
least I-
on this, it says exercises emergency administrative powers to protect staff and or public health and
Mhm.
safety if practicable in collaboration with the chair.
Okay.
What page are we on?
Sure, do you want?
7, the new V, the red line version. It's the X in the
Page 7.
old
If you
version.
go to the
Yep,
chat, may I make a recommendation? Because
sure.
if you can go to what Avania sent in the chat, open that Word document.
Mhm.
And if you hover over the little comment icon, it'll show us each pin where the change has been
Oh.
made.
Okay. So,
Thank you, Avania, for that.
red line draft copy. Oh, you have to-
Absolutely.
So what she sent, open it up and go to, now we're on page 7. And if you go to V, you'll see a little comment to the right. And you hover over that and it'll show you, and then you can reflect back on the hard copy and see the difference.
Mhm. Next time we'll have it as a hard copy.
In the board book, yeah,
Right.
or a hard copy, yeah.
Okay,
Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Then the next one would be. That's it. I'm just gonna go back though and make sure we didn't miss anything. Do you want me to go back? Commissioner Simmons?
sure. Where
So,
you want to go?
yeah, so like, just to so now that we're all on the red line version, so on page 2. So Romanette, under number 1, Romanette 4. In compliance, we added commissioners will participate in annual open meeting law training. That's what we had added.
Mhm.
As opposed to what it read in this copy, work with
Mhm.
fellow commissioners. See?
Mhm.
Okay, and then the next one, under B, Romanette 2, it read before, may delegate statutory responsibilities of the commissioners to the executive director. Now it's may delegate or rescind statutory responsibilities. Okay, go to page 3. Hit the little thing. So page 3, C is on page 2 of the hard copy, C.
Mhm.
It did read, as regulators, the commissioners promulgate regulations for medical and adult use marijuana. I think it kind of reads the same. As regulators, the commissioners promulgate regulations for medical. Yep, that reads the same.
Mhm.
Why that's a.
Yeah, but it says AGC Carter will think over Commissioner Roy's proposed additional language.
Okay, so I'll have to go home, my
Commissioners
notes.
put a pin, commissioners will, yeah.
Okay,
Okay. All right, next one. Okay, so this is what? E,
Oh, this is it. Approved job descriptions for new and significantly revised positions proposed by the executive director.
all right.
mhm.
AGC Carter will.
And we put a pin there because we want to think about
Mhm.
dormant positions.
That need like a ministerial.
But we also added, there's a new, that's why I had a note about 7, which
Mhm.
is the discretion of the commissioners, at least 1 and no more than 2 commissioners may serve on each interview panel for
Oh, yeah.
all chief level positions.
There you go.
Mm-hmm, right.
Is that in there? It's not in there.
It's in the red
It's
line.
in the red line.
In the red line.
But you gotta hover over the comment.
Yeah. It's-
Oh, and we had added that, I see. It was a new
That-
Romanette,
that was-
right?
that
That was a
was-
new Romanette?
Right.
Okay.
But I do think we want to go back and think about dormant positions.
Mhm,
Mhm.
absolutely.
Yep.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Yeah.
can I just being mindful of time, which we have plenty of time because I think we're here till 5, but I definitely need a restroom break. And then I wanted to just have a 5-10 minute legal break, quick recess conversation so I can just come back to you all and have some conversation
Do we
about the.
you want to take a break now?
Mhm.
Okay, how much time do you think you need?
If we do restroom and legal, maybe like
Want to,
10 minutes, 15 minutes?
why don't we come back at 4:25?
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll recess until 4:25 PM.
Thank you. Need a break.
Right? We are back. Okay, as it relates to the charter governance document, I think, if I'm not mistaken, just so we can wrap up the work on this today, I think we have all the pins set. We have everybody's responsibilities for those pins. I'll just express my appreciation to both my colleagues for the work, and Vanya, for you for keeping up with our edits and changes and keeping the working document open. But obviously, I think there's a collective interest from all of us to continue with the work and wrap it up. But obviously, some of this does involve going back and working with staff. So I don't want to set a date for us to reconvene on this, but I would welcome a sense as we do this, when you think you might be able to work with staff, and that's kind of tough to tell considering everything on everybody's plate. So, but a lot of good work done today, lots of pins, issues, amendments resolved. I know we have more to talk about and more kind of follow-up to do and some editing. But again, just my general interest is, we not lose sight of this. We keep working ahead to make sure we can approve something here in the near term. Commissioner.
Thank you, Acting Chair Simmons, and thank you as well. And if we could go over, I know we have a lot of public meetings, some listening sessions, if we could kind of go over those dates. There's a lot.
Do we have a slide? I know we have another issue to bring up, but do we have a slide with future meeting dates? Okay,
Literally.
so let's just hold that. But Commissioner Camargo, I'll turn it back to you. I know you had some conversations during recess and you wanted to come back to the commission.
Yes, so I think in terms of the provisional licenses that were expired, I have, and this is an email from our licensing director. We have 120 identified applicants that we've identified, 18 requests thus far. They've emailed us to say, hey, I'm interested.
So out of that 120, 18 responded to the outreach, the email, the bulletin, and have replied to licensing.
Correct.
Licensing department.
Correct.
Okay.
2 are economic empowerment and 5 are SEPs. We have provided applicants until October 3rd to provide a response. So we should have a pretty clear picture by the end of next week regarding the affected provisional licenses and their intentions. So the end of next week, October 3rd, let me just look at the calendar. October 3rd is Thursday, and then the application deadline for the SEP trust fund is October 17th. And I think my goal is to, Commissioner Roy, you said it earlier, right? This is our decision in terms of the timeline that we can give these folks, but there is a small pool of these folks that will miss the window of opportunity to apply for the SEP fund. So the earliest that we can plan a meeting is Wednesday, and we can do it on Zoom. Commissioner Stubbins, obviously, you're the acting chair, so you decide. But I would like to work with our legal team to figure out a motion. I know that from the last meeting that we had with our team at public meeting, we heard about some of the things that would have to happen behind the scenes for these folks. So my intentions are to work with our legal team, get some motion language so that we can at least have that small pool of SCPs and EEAs not lose their opportunity to apply, and obviously the other ones as well. to give them a, to give folks an extension. So that would be my recommendation. And, I wish we could do it on Monday, but we need 48 hours to
Right.
post a meeting.
No, I think that makes sense. We did say till October 3rd, they have to reply.
Yep.
So do we need to wait till that date to make sure we have all the replies in? Or if we feel we have enough of a sample,
I wouldn't.
return, I think we need to act sooner rather than later because there is a short time window when folks can apply. And then quite frankly, if, as we heard from the presentation, that's what kept some folks in business or moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
And what will happen is, unfortunately, I think if folks don't have an opportunity,
Mm-hmm.
then they probably won't be here.
Right, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. And I think, if I may, Commissioner Stebbins,
Mhm.
This is also a larger universe. So it's not just SEPs and EEAs. There's also, whole other universe of folks that are out there. So the extension would cover that universe. But the carve out is, the sort of sense of urgency is that this SEP trust fund is open until the 17th. So if we can provide an opportunity for folks, I think we should.
Do you think when?
So I would suggest this, and for people that might be listening, you're wondering why we can't talk about it now, why we can't make a decision on it now. Obviously, we have talked about these provisional licensees in the past, so it's not necessarily a new topic.
Right.
But we are waiting, folks are responding. That's great to hear. I mean, it's not a big population anyways of those that would be eligible to apply to the trust fund. There is we've heard back from a couple of them. What I would suggest is we will look for an opportunity Wednesday afternoon. We can be virtual. We don't need to be in person. But Commissioner Camargo, if you want to work with the legal team to think about how you want to head this, list this agenda item.
Mhm.
And then we can post it for Monday afternoon for a meeting on Wednesday. And that'll give you time to collaborate with licensing and legal.
Sure.
What I have on the calendar is stuff I can move around. I think that's obviously
Me too. I think
Me too, yeah.
much more of an urgent nature.
Yeah.
Commissioner Roy, did you have?
Yeah, I would say, that Wednesday, in the letter that we sent out, we need to discuss identify next steps. So I think Wednesday, we need to be ready. If we decide there's next steps with motion language, we need to have a directive Wednesday. If we
Yeah, it would-
decide that's what we want.
Absolutely. It would be a next steps motion and vote.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll give you some time to get that done.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure the team is watching, so.
They will
Legal
assist us,
and-
yeah.
Enforcement, I apologize now.
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Again, next business, the chair did not anticipate a time of posting. I just said this has been a topic that we have previously discussed before, so didn't think it's appropriate to bring it up under that new business session. Next meeting dates, now we can turn to the calendar. Obviously, we're now talking about a meeting next Wednesday.
Mhm.
And that will be posted in compliance with our posting requirements. October 7th is our regulatory public hearing. That is to take testimony on changes that are currently in the promulgation process around telehealth, microbusiness, and the driver requirement for delivery couriers and operators. That begins at 10 a.m. October 10th is our next regular business official public meeting of the commission. October 22nd will be the commission's final meeting to promulgate those regs. Again, we take input on the 7th. That kind of 2 weeks allows our staff to go back and consider all the comments and think about any last minute changes or edits that we want to make to the final version of the regulations. So that'll be on October 22nd. I think there's a little bit of a mix up. We are talking about November 7th, not the 14th for the ITL
Yep.
listening session. Location still to be determined. But with respect to Commissioner Roy's interest, making sure that happened the first week of November, that will be on November 7th. November 14th is our November public business meeting. And then December 12th is our December public meeting. So those are all the dates we have in front of us as we sit here right now at 4:38 on Friday afternoon on September 27th. So busy month ahead, and lots of work to do for commissioners and staff, but those are our upcoming meeting dates. All right, yes, Commissioner.
Do we think, I mean, I know we're gonna do this probably later behind the scenes, but it sounds like we'll come back for a second November meeting for governance.
That's possible.
Yeah, okay.
Commissioner Roy.
When are we interviewing the ED folks on,
We haven't set a date for the final interviews yet.
so that's another meeting?
We're definitely having a meeting in December.
And we're definitely having a meeting in December.
I know.
So we have meetings still to put on the schedule. I mean, I will ask you why I have you all in the room. Do we wish to have a separate standalone meeting to complete our work in governance? Or do you want to add it to an existing public meeting schedule? What would be your preference?
I would say standalone.
You stand alone.
I would say standalone because
Standalone?
like today was good, you know, I mean, if we would have started earlier, it would have been different, but we also had that other training, but I would say another probably full day and we may be done.
Okay. All right. All right, we'll work with the team to figure out where all of us are on our pin assignments before we schedule that next meeting. But encourage all of you with everything else we all have going on to still try to dig into that work so we don't have this language. Okay. With that, I'll entertain, unless there's anything else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Roy.
And before I say that, I'll just say, I want to just thank our whole team because there's a lot of work ahead of us. And thank you, commissioners, for today. And second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. We are adjourned. Thanks to our team.
Thank you.
Appreciate everybody listening in.
Nice job. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.